I would invite everyone except Councilman Strong to mute your microphones. And Councilman, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Yes. With me, please, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. For our invocation tonight, we have Dan Feldman. I understand Mr. Feldman is online with us. Are you with us, Mr. Feldman?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Dan Feldman, and on behalf of Atheists United San Luis Obispo and all people, believers and non-believers alike, who know that religion and government really do work best when you keep them apart, you may now begin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May we have a roll call of council members, please?
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
And Mayor Martin.
And I am here. We'd like to set a few minutes aside at the beginning of each meeting to do staff introductions. So if we could go to the staff online right now, and if you could tell us who's present at the meeting, please.
Darren Nash is in attendance, and from Community Development, we will also have Darcy Delgado and David Affey this evening.
Dick McKinley, Public Works.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director, and I'm joined by Cindy Patty, Recreation Staff Assistant.
Ty Lewis, Police Chief.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief.
Shannon Fouts, Human Resources Manager.
Sarah Johnson-Rios, Assistant City Manager, and I'm joined by Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Melissa Martin, Deputy City Clerk, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
Tom Frucci, City Manager.
Thank you all. Prior to this open session of the Paso Robles City Council, we had an announced closed session meeting, and I'll ask the City Attorney now if there was any reportable action from that session.
Thank you, Mayor. The council convened in closed session on 3 items: a conference with labor negotiators, the conference with legal counsel regarding one existing litigation case, and a conference with real property negotiators as identified on the agenda, and provided directions to staff, but there's no reportable action.
Thank you for that. First up on our agenda this evening is an update on the COVID-19 situation right now. This is not an action item, it is a presentation, and we will open the floor to Mr. Stornetta, our Emergency Services Chief.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. So today's numbers up in California for confirmed cases is just over 289,000. By the time that I posted this chart here, it had just been updated on July 7th, so 2 days ago. On July 7th, the number of new positive cases totaled over 11,000, and in 14-day period, it was over 99,000. As compared to 2 weeks ago for that 2-week period, that's a 52% increase just in the state for new positive cases. In total, there's been over just 6,000 deaths, and then on July 7th alone, there was 114 deaths. So California is second only to New York with the most active cases and total cases overall. Just for reference purposes, in 2017-18 was the highest death rate from the flu in the past 10 years, and that was 61,000 people. Current deaths in the US from COVID related is nearly double that at over 135,000. Additionally, the state is reporting a severe shortage of testing supplies. We do know of 5 testing sites that closed yesterday in Sacramento County alone because of low testing supplies. With the supply shortage, the state is rolling back their testing criteria to symptomatic patients, essential workers, and care facilities. So Slow County has just been added to the state's watch list. And if they do take further action, these are some of the industries we could see closing in the near future, and that would be dining restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, bars, pubs, breweries, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, and card rooms. So the County Public Health Department recently saw elevated disease transmission in one of the categories, and that was the case positivity with a case rate of 114 COVID-19 cases per 100,000 population. The state's threshold is no more than 100 per 100,000 population over a 14-day period, and again, we're at 114. These numbers are a strong reminder that we are bringing COVID-19 home from travel, work, or from our outings, and we need to continue to take all necessary safety precautions. County Public Health is still conducting 100% contact tracing. We have seen that other counties have stopped doing that to the amount of new cases and the amount of staff they have available to conduct that tracing. I know the county is facing difficulties with the amount of positive cases and tracing, but they are working hard to keep up with it. Due to our supply shortage locally, the county has gone back to priority testing for only high-risk individuals. These individuals include patients that are hospitalized, healthcare workers and first responders, symptomatic individuals over 65 or those with chronic health conditions, residents living in care facilities, or those with symptoms consistent with COVID-19. So when I talk about the county's watch list, this is their data monitoring chart. These are all the categories we have to meet in order not to be on that list. And as you can see from the red X, the case rate is the problem area right now. So additional categories there is the average number of tests per day, testing positivity, change in hospitalization, ICU beds available, and ventilators available. Currently, we do have 13 patients in the hospital, and the limit on that is 20, so the county's watching that closely. As we look at overall cases in the county, there's 877 confirmed cases, 612 of those have recovered, 247 positive cases, 13 hospitalized, and 4 deaths. Currently, we have 36 positive cases in the city of Paso Robles. As you can see from the graph here, there's 203 total in the North County. Of those 36 positive cases, 33 are at different locations spread throughout the city. And finally, just a reminder to everyone in our community, please maintain your social distancing, use proper hygiene, wash your hands for at least 20 seconds, and wear a mask at all times. That concludes my presentation. Over to you for any further questions.
Thank you for that. This is a presentation item. No action is required, but we will go to the council for comments. Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no comment.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Chief Stornetta, with regard to masks being, I guess, recommended, that's additional to distancing that the county is requiring or asking for?
You know what, Sarah, I missed this afternoon's briefing. Didn't the governor require face coverings?
Correct. That's a statewide requirement at this point.
Okay. Regardless of distance, in other words.
You could say that.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, I'm wondering if there's any statistics on how the isolation is affecting various people's mental health, and if our suicide rate has gone up here as it has other places from the isolation.
We have not seen that from the emergency services or public safety side. I know I'll refer this to Sarah. We did do some polling on that, so I don't know if we had any information we obtained.
Sure. The polling that the city did is a couple months old now, but at that time, we had about the same percentage of residents indicate concern over mental health as loss of income. So we know it's a significant concern. I don't have any really specific data from the county, but we can certainly provide that if we can find that.
Okay, thank you very much, because I did notice that the suicide rate in this county is between 25 and 35 a year right now.
Thank you. I have several questions which have been posed to me by the public, so I wanted to bring them up during this presentation. First of all, as we know, travel tends to spread the virus, and obviously we're a travel destination. The occupancy in our local hotels went down very strongly right after the shelter at home, but it's been coming back. And I've had a question from the public as to what the occupancy rate of our local hotels are right now.
I'm not sure that we have that data available right now, but we'd happy to look into that for you.
I think it would be good information so that we can at least give an answer to folks who are aware of that component of our community and are wondering about that. Also, I've had over the last few months several people who have called to express concern about businesses that didn't seem to be complying with the universal infection control measures, and especially with the recent at least partial reopening of our business community that seems to have spiked up a little bit. Can anybody give me an idea of what our compliance level is in Paso Robles as far as businesses?
This is Sarah, Mr. Mayor. Last I heard from our police chief, who I believe is on the line and can correct me if there's updated information, is that we had between 10 and 20 complaints here to our local dispatch line. I do know that the county also has a complaint line open as well, and they are fielding and following up on complaints, but we have not had a very high volume of complaints of violations to date in Paso.
Very good. And then recently we opened up a portion of the city park downtown for restaurants to utilize. Do we have any report on how that's been going?
Yes, the latest information I heard from Travel Paso was that over the holiday weekend, there were, I believe, a total of 591 diners who used that for outdoor dining and takeout from our local restaurants over the course of the 4-day period. So that's continuing to be a way that our local restaurants can continue to provide takeout service, and diners can dine outdoors. If we are put on the state monitoring list, as the fire chief mentioned, I would anticipate that the outdoor dining usage would potentially increase.
And how about the applications for restaurant parklets that we authorize downtown?
I believe we've received, I'm not sure the exact number. I'm looking at our city planner, Darren Nash. I think we've received 1 or 2 applications he's indicating to date.
Very good. Do we have a city staff and contractor policy on the use of face masks?
We do have a city staff policy on the use of face masks, and that's been made available to our staff. It's been updated to reflect the state requirements.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, do we have any staff members that have tested positive for this?
We do have some staff members that have tested positive for this, as well as have been on quarantine.
Okay, hope they're recovering well. Those are my questions. I see nobody listed online as a call-in comment, so unless I'm in error, we're going to move on. Thank you for that report. We come now to general public comments. This is a time for the public to address the council on items that are within the council's purview but are not scheduled on this agenda. If you want to comment on a specific agenda item, that time will be satisfied when that agenda item comes forward. So if you want to make a public comment, we ask you to call the number, which is 805-865-7276. And when we put you on the air, if you would please state your name and address. We want people listening in to know who's speaking. And of course, we limit comments to 3 minutes per person. So under general public comments right now, I see two callers. First of all, Sally Reynolds. Sally, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
You're on.
Good evening, Mayor Martin and City Council members. I'd like to discuss today the parking program. On August 14th, 2019, the parking program was kicked off in downtown Paso Robles. Paid parking Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., first 2 hours free. To get us to that point, Dixon received a 10-month contract June 18th, 2019, totaling $97,500. Council approved a new 6-month contract for $57.50 per month with Dixon March 3rd, which has been paused due to the city's shutdown. We hired a parking ambassador October 2018, installed kiosks and signage, had training, hired a new officer, and purchased a police car, etc. The point I'm making here is the upfront costs were substantial. I used the parking app and went downtown at least 12 times, did what I had to do, and never paid anything to park. My neighbors and friends report the same experience. In fact, I really don't know anybody who went downtown and paid to park. My husband and I attended 2 city or town hall meetings regarding feedback on the parking program, one February 11th, 2020, and one March 3rd, 2020. Suggestions by residents were unified in both meetings. Roll out this program to weekends and evenings and reduce free parking to just 1 hour. On Monday, 7/6/2020, I sent a message asking Julie Dixon to call me. I had some questions on the parking program. I asked Julie if she remembered the residents' feedback from the 2 meetings. She did, and I asked her if she and the city ever discussed the changes. Julie confirmed they were on track to present these recommendations to council in April to discuss these changes. I then asked Julie if these changes would be easy for the city to implement and would there be a substantial cost making the changes. Julie said they were not expensive and the city was already primed pending council approval to make these changes. Nobody could predict the global pandemic that would generate an executive stay-at-home order on March 19th, 2020. The entire city was on hold. However, we now have an opportunity to make those changes and a chance to start to recoup some of the startup money spent on the parking program. I would not think the city needs any more discussion on this since it already took place with Dixon. Can we have a date the city can formally present these changes back to council? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jen Albin. Jen, are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Jan Albin. I'm a resident of Quail Run. It's kind of a puzzlement question. When I go to the Agenda Center on your website to see what's on the agenda for this evening, there's usually 2 versions, the agenda and an updated agenda. But it never tells me what the changes are. And so it's always a puzzlement to me because I don't know if you've changed a word or a phrase or an entire sentence that might change the purpose of an item. So my question is, and I'm asking, is when you do an amended adjournment, can you state what those changes are? I would appreciate it. Thank you. My second question is I see under employment on the city website that we are looking for an economic development manager at $100,000 a year. I was under the impression that we had a hiring freeze on city employees. Can you tell me why we are searching for that kind of an employee during this time? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
I see no one else on the list, so I'm going to close general public comment, and we'll try to get a couple of these questions answered. First of all, on the parking program, I believe the question was, is there going to be a date to bring the alteration of the parking program forward to make the changes that Ms. Reynolds referred to?
Mr. Mayor, that is available to be brought back to council at the appropriate point. There is no scheduled date at the moment.
Very good. So correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we're not really enforcing parking downtown. We're trying to give business a break here and invite people to come down and shop in spite of the challenges of COVID.
That's, it's actually a mixed answer, and police chief can speak to that in more detail if he'd like, but because we realize that, as with any system, people learn how to game the system. There were employees working in the downtown who were, again, parking in front of businesses because they quickly picked up on the fact that we weren't writing tickets. Mm-hmm. So we are now issuing warnings, and those people who garner several warnings will, in fact, be fined. But that's clearly not intended for residents or visitors who are patronizing our businesses. It's intended for employees or even business owners who abuse the privilege.
Extraordinary times kind of call for extraordinary measures, so we have to take that into consideration, I think. On the agenda question, Jan requested that we state what had been changed. Can you comment on that, please?
We'd be glad. Melissa and I will, I'm sorry, the Deputy City Clerk and I will work with Kimberly Hood, our interim city attorney, to make sure that the changes are explicit.
Thank you. And then the question about the search for an economic development director, we're not actually under a hiring freeze right now. We refer to it as a hiring chill, which means that we're not actively recruiting people right now. Why are we in the market for an economic development person right now?
So when the council adopted the budget, you also adopted a priority for filling positions, because some positions are absolutely vital to help us move and recover from this pandemic and move forward. And the economic development manager position was one of those top priority positions because businesses have been hit so hard and so many people have lost their jobs. We believe that we do not want to have a gap in any of our economic development efforts to try to help the economy recover.
Yeah, I personally think that it's important right now for us to invest in economic development because it will help us come out of the economic slump we're in more quickly and provide us with a more varied economy when the pandemic does end. It's one of those things where you kind of have to invest to make money, and this would not just make money for the city, but open up business opportunities and employment opportunities for the community. And I think as time wears on, that's going to be more and more important. Okay,
Mr.
I think
Mayor,
yes.
I'm sorry, if I could just add one point. You are absolutely correct. And in addition, the economic development manager position is not paid for out of the general fund. It's paid for out of SB 1090 funds that were awarded to us by the legislature to help us handle the imminent closure of Diablo Canyon. So it's absolutely a parallel effort.
And that's a very good point to make, because that means it doesn't impact the general fund. And it is in one of those silos of money that you can only use in a very defined number of ways. Okay, moving on. I will ask if we have any agenda items to be deferred tonight.
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you. We come now to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is a list of items that we generally don't think require individual discussion. That being said, any member of the council or the community may ask a brief question or make a brief statement before we decide on the consent calendar. Also, any member of the council or any member of the community may ask for an item to be withdrawn from the consent calendar. If that happens, then it's treated just as a separate agenda item, full presentation, full discussion, and it's usually our habit to take those items that are withdrawn and put them at the end of the regular agenda. So at this time, I'll go down the list of council members and ask for comments or questions briefly on consent items. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir, none here.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
No questions, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hammond?
Mr. Mayor, can we pull or talk about brief on number 8?
Okay, number 8 are the agreements with our partner agencies. Is this a brief question or comment, or do you think it requires discussion?
I wanted to kind of have a staff report again on the 3 of them together and how we handle that. Just a brief review.
Okay, so let's go ahead and pull that one off. Any other questions, John?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Well, that was the one I was concerned with too, because as I remember the motion that we made before, they were to get, or at least I know that Main Street was to get its full amount, but it's paid out in 6 months only. So they were to retain their full monthly payment, but only for a 6-month period, to be reanalyzed before we start the second half of the year to see if our revenue picture had changed. So
okay.
I wanted to make sure that those things are clear in this item.
Very good. I don't see anybody on public comment call in, so I'm going to close public comment on the consent calendar, bring it back to the council, entertain a motion for approval for the remaining items.
I'll move that we go ahead and approve items 2 through 7.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Is it all right with the council if we put that at the end of the agenda?
That's fine with me.
Okay, very good. We move on now past the consent calendar. But before we do that, I will ask the city manager to please give us a little abbreviated report of what we've done on the consent calendar so the people who are listening in know what actions we've taken.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight on the consent calendar, the council approved its minutes from June 16th, 2020. In addition, it received the warrant register, and the warrants are the checks that the city writes to pay for the goods and services that it purchases. And tonight's warrant register totaled $8.3 million. It covers most of the month of June plus parts of July, and the reason it is so large is several-fold. First, there's a $5.3 million annual debt service payment on the Nazi pipeline, so we make that payment around July 1st every year. In addition, there's a $400,000 payment for the Spring Street upgrades, and there's a $425,000 payment on the 21st Street water tank. So if you take out those, it is much closer to a normal warrant register that the council receives at its meetings. Next, the council received advisory body meeting minutes from the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and the Library Board of Trustees. The council also approved the award of an agreement for professional services to design stream gauges and monitoring wells for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and Plan. And this is money that's been awarded to us by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And so we're taking the lead in approving this contract and getting Cleith Harris geologists underway to design the monitoring well system and the stream gauge monitoring system to give us additional information as we move forward with the groundwater sustainability efforts. The council also did second reading and adoption of 2 ordinances related to the Paso Robles Gateway Annexation Project, and that's the project that was presented to the council at the previous meeting that is at the intersection of Highway 101 and 46. And the 2 ordinances that required second reading, one was for a pre-zoning, and in this case it's only pre-zoning, not zoning, since the land cannot be zoned until it is annexed into the city, and that effort will take place over the next 6 to 9 months with LAFCO and the county. And then finally, the council held second reading and approved the ordinance for the development agreement, and that's the agreement between the developer and the city that specifies the rights and entitlements that each party has. And we do have the signed signature from the developer, and so we do have an approved agreement that then city staff can sign based on the council's approval tonight. The council also approved the renewal of our employee dental insurance program, and we actually received that at a decrease in rate of 1.3%. And that's in large part because we're part of a JPA that handles those kinds of benefits. And so we get the benefit of bulk purchasing and bulk negotiation. And as part of that item, the council also approved a resolution for the city's cafeteria plan. ERISA, which is a federal requirement, requires that there be a written instrument that memorializes the city's cafeteria plan. And so that document meets that requirement. And those were the items the council approved on consent this evening, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We move on now to public hearings. Item number 9 is appeal APL 20-02 of the Planning Commission's approval of a variance. That's variance 20-01 to the city's short-term rental ordinance 1082 to allow for 6 non-hosted short-term rental permits to be allowed on an individual parcel, the Market Walk property at 1803 Spring Street. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Darren Nash, City Planner. As you mentioned, this is a request for an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision back on May 12th to approve variance 20-01 for the Paso Market Walk project. And the Paso Market Walk project is located at 1803 Spring Street. This is the block between 18th and 19th and the alley and Spring Street. It once was the site of Hometown Nursery. The Market Walk project was approved back in 2017. It has a development plan and a use permit for a mixed-use project. As part of that project, there were 6 residential units approved with that. Buildings B and Building E each have 3 residences on the 2nd floor. The Paso Market Walk project is on a residentially zoned property that has a flex overlay, which allows for mixed use, but the predominant zoning on that site is a residential base zone. Here's a site plan. North would be to the right, but along Spring Street, as these buildings show, and very easy to comprehend because the project is almost finished, so it's been built. The project's been built and near completion. On May 12th, the Planning Commission approved a variance allowing 6 residential units to receive short-term rental permits. The Commission's approval of the variance was based on findings that the situation is a unique circumstance and is not a special privilege. In the case of the Paso Market Walk site, it is unique because of its size, location, physical constraints, and the timing of when it was approved. The specific finding that the Commission made on the 12th was as follows. In order to accommodate a mix of uses on the site in a manner that protects the oak trees without leading to a situation where a building crossed a property line, it was necessary to merge the lots from 4 lots down to 1, which then conflicts with the short-term rental ordinance. Therefore, allowing for the residences to be short-term rentals for the Paso Market Walk project is a unique circumstance. So that was the finding that was based the approval of the Planning Commission on May 12th. We then received an appeal of that decision by Wendy McIntire. There were 3 points brought up in her appeal. One was related to grant of special privileges. She doesn't feel that the items which I mentioned did necessitate a special privilege, or that it does necessitate a special privilege. She indicated that the units should be considered a hotel rather than residential units, and that there weren't any vested rights dealing with this project based on timing. So part of the appeal process is to make findings that there isn't a special privilege. Zoning code expressly allows granting a variance with special circumstances applying to the property, including size, shape, and topography. location of surroundings, and deprive a property of privileges enjoyed by others. The project in this case is subject to special circumstances, including the unique size, location, timing, and property history, which makes granting a variance appropriate, while other properties in the vicinity are under identical zoning classifications. They are subject to 2 permits per parcel. Now, and at the time the project was approved, the construction commenced, the residential units were entitled to operate as short-term rentals without numerical limitation or zoning restrictions. Further, short-term rentals in the residential units of mixed-use structures are allowed by the short-term rental ordinance and in the T residential zones. Only the numerical limit on permit issuance is being granted a variance. The use itself is compatible with the zoning code and surrounding properties and is consistent with the project approvals. Regarding the definition of a hotel, this is a residential zone T3F site that allows for mixed use and multi-family residential units. The Market Walk project received entitlements to construct mixed use with the residential units. The particular project was entitled in 2017, including the units, and is not an issue, and is not the issue of the appeal. So the units are not the issue of the appeal. Only the issuance of the short-term rental permits and the potential variance of the short-term rental limit is subject to at this time. The short-term rental ordinance allows owners of residential units, including units in mixed-use projects, to apply for a short-term rental permit. Issuance of the permits for residential units does not transform the underlying zoning from residential to multifamily to a hotel. Granting short-term rental permits to residential units in mixed-use projects is permitted in both the T3F and the short-term rental ordinance. It goes on to indicate many vested rights dealing with, as discussed, the zoning, the timing of the project. There are many factors that are warranting a variance of this project. So upholding the variance, for the City Council to sustain the Planning Commission's decision and approve the variance, it is necessary to make findings that conclude that this situation is a unique circumstance and not a special privilege. In the case of the Paso Market site, it is unique because of the size, location, and physical constraints and timing. So again, the finding that the council could make to deny the appeal could be to, in order to accommodate the mix of uses on the site in a manner that protected the oak trees without lending to a situation where the building crossed property line. It was necessary to merge those lots into one, which then conflicts with the short-term rental ordinance, therefore allowing for the residences to be short-term rentals for the Paso Market project is a unique circumstance. The options before the council tonight are 1, to take no action, or 2, to sustain the decision of the Planning Commission, thereby approving the variance, or to modify the decision of the Planning Commission by making changes to the resolution, or 4, overrule the decision of the Planning Commission, or 5, provide an alternate direction to staff. The recommendation tonight is for the council to sustain the decision of the Planning Commission by approving the resolution, thereby approving the variance subject to site specific and conditions of approval. There was an addendum tonight with the agenda item that indicated that there was some correspondence after the staff report was published. We had a letter by Terry Belmont that was submitted against the project. We had another one by Kim Koch that was for the project and requested that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's decision. And then we had a letter from Tom Madden on behalf of the owner outlining basically what's in the staff report and concluding his agreement with the staff report. With that, we do have the legal counsel here tonight who's been helping with this situation. So if there are specific questions, I'd be happy to help as well. With that, we'll conclude my report.
Thank you for that report. The way this works now, for those who have not been part of a discussion such as this, is the council has the opportunity to ask questions of staff. After that, we go to the public for comment. After the public has its say, it comes back to the council for discussion and decision. And before I ask the council for their questions, I want to report that earlier this week I did tour the property in question to get an idea of what was going on there. So with that, we will start with council questions of staff with Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I also was able to tour the location and got to ask some questions there, but I wanted to go ahead and ask for the public's sake some questions. With it being on a mixed zone, I had asked if there was going to be some security for at the premises, and they had said that there was going to be security overnight. So that really, I know a lot of residents were worried about short-term rentals. You know, I know when we were trying to do the ordinance, one of the big things was noise and things like that. And so I asked that, and they said that they are going to have overnight security. So I just want to make sure that that's still correct. I think that's all I have. I got to tour and ask some questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a comment on that before we go on to the next question?
Absolutely. So the applicants will have an on-site manager on site to that will be involved with the management of the short-term rentals as well as the commercial aspect of the project. But the applicants are queued up to discuss questions related to specific operations of the project as well.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, Darren, on the request for appeal from the person doing this, it was basically based on the grounds of improperly conferring special privileges, basically is what she was arguing. That is correct?
Correct. Special privileges indicated that the units seem to meet the definition of a hotel as opposed to residential units.
Okay, even though we made it pretty clear about the lot lines and the trees and everything we're trying to save, so that we made special consideration. So, okay, I just want to also say that I had an ex parte conversation with the owner's representative and visited the property the other day just to confer and see what really went on there. So that's all I had. Thank you.
That's all I had. Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, my question would be somewhat legal too, possibly to our city attorney, and that is the objection based upon the special privilege. And I'm well acquainted with the definition of variance, and usually it applies to the nature of the raw lot rather than its position or size or shape, et cetera. In this particular case, because it achieved certain approvals based on considerations for the environment and a number of other things, it's almost an exception type variance in that we were part of the cause of the problem with the lot in what we approved to be constructed. Now, I have to say, I also toured the site, and one of the things about those units is obviously they cannot be long-term residential units because they have no kitchens and no dining areas. So you couldn't live there as a permanent resident. It has to be on a short-term basis. The hotel definition, I think, is a matter of argument possibly, but I don't think it carries much water. But I'd like an opinion from the attorney that we're doing the right thing in approving a variance. Did our attorney hear my question? Is this, in fact, a legitimate variance?
I did. I was just saying, yeah. Yes, I apologize. I was making sure everybody had a chance to go. So, yes, I've been working with Darren on this staff report, and I do believe that it fits the appropriate categories. It's not a special privilege in the sense that there's this parcel was 4 parcels, right? And so it was broken up. So it's an unusual scenario. You also have the vested rights issue where this project had been underway. As you noted, it was designed with that anticipation that this would be short-term residential, and then later came the short-term rental ordinance. So I do think you have the application of the vested rights issue in play here, and I don't think it's invoking any special privileges given the unique circumstances that arose and how this property was developed and divided as part of the planning process with the city.
Okay, and I have no questions. Before we go to the general public, do we have the party appealing this present or a representative that would like to make a comment?
Yes, I believe Wendy McIntire is queued up on the line. We'll see if we can get her in.
Yeah, I have her on the list, but if she is actually the person making the appeal, I'd like to hear from her first. Wendy, are you with us?
Hello.
Wendy?
Hi, yes, I am.
You're with us. Go ahead. We'd like to have you state your case for us before we go to the general public comment on this.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm getting a lot of feedback here. It's a little difficult for me, but so bear with me. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for, first of all, I want to say good evening to the mayor and to the council members, and thank you for taking the time to run through this appeal and go through it, I thought, quite vigorously, and I appreciate that. And also, secondly, I want to say that I really like this project. I've said this before. I think it's really exciting. Today, driving home, I've noticed for a while that the fencing's been taken out, but today I noticed people just looked like a couple local people walking down the sidewalk, walking through the new sidewalks as part of the project. So that's where I hope I can be shortly, soon, and other people as well. Looking forward to using the restaurants and the shops that are going to be there. And so I want to say too that I will abide by your decision and I respect your decision that you'll make tonight. But I think you've picked it up where you were saying that the main argument I have to this is I object to the use of the variance for this. Initially, I object to that amount of short-term rentals on one piece of property that they're using 6, and that's what brought my attention to this. But after further looking into the way a variance is used for this, from my understanding, the variance is a process available to allow certain minor exceptions from city rules when there is something special about your property that does not allow it to be used in the same way as other properties. So it's going to level the playing field. For instance, if you've got a smaller setback, but you've got an oak tree in the middle of it and you can't abide by that, and maybe we can make some leeway there and allow you to get closer to the street or to your neighbor. This, though, seems to be not what we're talking about. This seems to be indeed a special privilege. I've read and I've listened to what you said tonight that it's not a special privilege, but I disagree. I don't see how allowing 6 short-term rentals on this site is
is not a special privilege. I don't see how, I think this is not the correct way to use a variance. If, in fact, you want to put 6 short-term rentals there, I suggest that the zoning be changed. I just don't think this is the proper venue to go down. And also, I think that if you allow that variance to pass tonight, that it will set precedents for others doing the same thing down the road. And that's my main thing. I've listened to the arguments against the analysis about my other points. And not that I necessarily agree with everything said, but I did want to bring up the variance one more time before making that decision tonight. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for representing your position so well. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move on now to public comment on this. We have a list of people who wish to speak. We're going to start off with Sharon Roden. Sharon, are you with us?
Good evening, Mayor Martin and City Council members. This is Sharon Roden. I appreciate the moments. I don't know if you guys received the letter I sent about an hour and a half ago, but I'll just try to go through it quickly. First, I'd like to, because it was part of the statements, I'd like to address the false narrative that persists with the applicant, that there were 4 original lots, therefore they could have had 8 STRs, and they're only asking for 6. As stated in resolution number 17-095 of August 1st, 2017, attachment 10, exhibit A, and resolution A under number 7, the last paragraph, page 6, reads, since the existing project site includes 4 separate parcels prior to issuance of a building permit in the future, the applicant will need to record a lot merger to combine the properties into one parcel. Without combining the 4 lots into one, no permits would have been issued for the project per this resolution. So it doesn't matter what is used to be, whether it was 4 lots or 15 lots. In order to get the permit for this project, the applicant had to record the properties as one parcel. And, as we're aware, that would limit their ability to have no more than 2 STRs per that parcel. Second, the project definition for the residences has changed several times between May 23rd and August 1st, 2017. On May 23rd, Exhibit B, page 2, it was listed as 5 one-bedroom and 1 two-bedroom. No mention of VRBO. On the August 1st, Attachment 10, Exhibit A, Resolution A, page 29, it's listed as 5 one-bedroom and 1 two-bedroom, the same. But also in Exhibit B is the first and only reference we have to VRBO. And it's in that exhibit, Exhibit B. But they list the residentials as 3 one-bedroom and 2 two-bedroom. As we're aware now, since you guys did a walkthrough, there are 2 two-bedroom, 2 one-bedroom, and 2 studios. This final configuration is inconsistent with the approved resolution. Next, please read the highlighted area staff has presented in Exhibit B, page 3. Under the project description, it states, featuring a restored architecturally significant Victorian home with short stay suites. I've always interpreted this as the short stay suites were going to be located in the Victorian home. Otherwise, I believe there should have been a comma after Victorian home and not include with in their description. As to the VRBO statement, if you read that in its entirety, the applicant is stating a change to allow not only market and retail sales, but that VRB residential leasing will be allowed to occur within the T3F zone. They did not state that all the residences would be VRBO, but that the city allow our VRBOs to occur within that particular zone. The next sentence states, all of the building and planning requirements will be met per code.
Ma'am, you've had 3 minutes. Could you summarize your comments, please? Your time is up.
You bet. The
Thank you.
final issue is of whether 6 units on a parcel would then mean that they were a hotel. In fact, I believe that that was their original intention. Please refer to resolution number 17-095, August 1st, 2017, attachment 10, exhibit A, resolution A, page 21. The applicant states that the land of use for restaurants, retail, and residence. In the same document, page 22, the next page, under population and housing, letter A, discussion, the proposed hotel project.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes have expired, ma'am. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
I just want to make sure you understood that last.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone. I thank you very much. Next up, we have Sandy, and I hope I get this correct, Baltes Koch. Sandy, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
And that's Sandy Baltes Koch.
Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I think everything that needs to be said has probably been said, so I'm just going to add a few comments. I am the owner. My husband and I own the property on 1905 Spring, which is directly across from the Market Walk. We maintain a short-term rental, and I've taken a tour of the Market Walk, and I've been in touch with the manager, and I just want to say that there are things that we need to look at that are very much an enhancement to our community and to short-term rentals, and that is that they will be having full-time management, full-time housekeeping, nightly security, 24-hour security and lighting, 24-hour emergency phone numbers. I think when we look at what we're doing, we need to look at the big picture and see that this is quite an enhancement for our area and for our community. And that's what I have to say this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Suzanne Roberts. Suzanne, are you with us?
I am. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for me to call in tonight. I'm calling in from beautiful Colorado, where I'm on vacation right now. But this was something that was really, really important to me. And I just want to say this is such an awesome opportunity for the city of Paso Robles. And the thing that I really, really want to focus on is that the main focus for the development of this short-term rental ordinance is to protect the neighborhood in which the VRBOs are located. And the lofts at the Paso Market Walk are exactly where the VRBOs should be, on Spring Street in a commercially zoned area and not in a neighborhood. They're in the perfect position where they should be. And also, if we all remember, the revenue from the bed taxes to the city, they provide jobs to people in town, and the ownership has raised the bar on beautification for Paso Robles. To me, it's a win-win for the city. It's something that is going to continue to promote people to come to the beautiful city of Paso Robles and have an awesome experience with a very short-term rental opportunity. People want to come. They want to come on the weekends. They want to see things. They want to experience Paso, and then they want to go back to their homes. So all I can say is this is an awesome, awesome opportunity, and I'm just really praying we can move forward.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Next we have Robert Gilson. Is Mr. Gilson with us?
You know what? We're out and moving to LA. And they want
Mr. Gilson?
disadvantaged people, but they're living in a $20 million house.
Mr. Gilson?
And, I think they thought they would have enormous economic power.
Am I hearing Mr. Gilson?
They can make 20.
I don't know who I was hearing there.
You were hearing Mr. Gilson. I believe he may be on another call. I can drop him back into the queue and we can try him at the end of these public comments.
Once you advise him, we'll get back to him in just a few minutes then, please.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. I have Morgan Baldwin. Morgan, are you with us? Morgan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I want to thank you so much for having me tonight. And I just want to say something short and sweet. to voice my full support of Paso Market Walk and the short-term rentals. I was born and raised in Paso Robles, and I truly believe that Paso Market Walk is such a great addition to our beautiful town. The lofts at the market are so unique, they're so special, and they're such a great addition to the public market. I've had the opportunity to see Paso Market Walk built from the ground up, and I think that the team has done such an amazing job. And I know that the citizens of Paso Robles are going to love it, and that it will bring numerous tourists into our beautiful town. And I just want to voice again that I fully support the short-term rentals. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Let's check in with Mr. Gilson. Is he ready now?
This is Mike Cusson, not Gilson.
Okay, Mr. Cusson, Michael Cusson is next. Welcome.
Yeah, okay. This is Mike Cusson. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Mike Cusson, 411 14th Street. And I'm calling for myself as well as Norma Moy and Dorothy Johnson, who wanted to put their names in. We wanted to say we have our full support of the Market Walk project. And in spite of the small controversy, which I think was done very well on both sides as far as bringing up the issues between Ms. McIntire and Mr. Nash, commenting on those, I think we should go forward on this from the bigger economic picture. I always came from Oakland, where was a place called the Rockridge Market Hall that was built in my neighborhood. It was phenomenal. Phenomenal for the shops, the amount of traffic that went through, the economic activity. They had offices upstairs rather than short-term rentals. Of course, this was built back in the early 90s. So I would like to say that this has my full support. And I think it's an excellent addition to Spring Street. And I think that you as a city council member should sustain the Planning Commission's variance and go forward with this to look at the very bigger picture, the economic picture. I realize some of the I's may not have been dotted and the T's crossed, but nonetheless, it's going to be a very great project and a very good one for the city of Paso Robles. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. We appreciate it. Next, we have Stacy Jacob. Ms. Jacob, welcome.
Good evening. I just wanted to comment on the Paso Market Walk and the vacation rentals. As we know in Paso, we're very blessed to have a unique lodging mix that's made up of RV parks, hotels, and vacation rentals. Also, in light of COVID, we're seeing a lot of folks come to our community with the idea where they can work in multiple places. And so I just wanted to advocate for vacation rentals and to have this project continue moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Diego Aguirre. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to voice my support in the Paso Market Walks and the short-term rentals. I have been living in the area for 7 years. I came from Los Angeles, and then prior to that, Napa. Both places where my family owns restaurants and apartments as well. And firsthand, I know how much a restaurant and apartment rentals and short-term rentals can improve a community, bring people together. And I mean, it's been said many times before, but just how much people can come to Paso and enjoy how beautiful it is and learn our culture as well. I think also the fact that the Paso Market Walk has restored and maintained a Victorian house is only, I think it's firsthand proof that they are willing to invest a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of energy into keeping Paso Paso. And I think if that doesn't show making the Victorian house beautiful and restoring it, then I'm not sure what does. So yeah, thank you for your time, and I just wanted to, again, voice my support.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Next up, we have Cheryl, and I'm going to apologize in advance. Weischarek? Cheryl, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm just speaking. I am the financial business manager for Paso Market Walk. And I just wanted to interject that this was in the initial design and was always expressed as short-term rentals. The financial model could have never worked if we didn't have that in the model. And so this all has taken us back a few steps, but we're very excited and hope this can move forward. It's so beautiful and will be such a beautiful addition to Paso Robles. I appreciate everyone's consideration tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Colin Peoples. Colin, are you with us?
Hello, I am here.
Welcome. Your turn.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am with the architecture and design staff for the Paso Market Walk, and I wanted to state my full endorsement of this project. Also, the ease of working with your city was refreshing and very helpful to get this project moving forward. So I'm here in full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Debbie Mann. Welcome, Debbie.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm Deborah Mann, and I'm the owner-developer of the property. I think Darren did a very good job of detailing the timeline, and I'd just like to talk about a couple other things to explain sort of our overall thinking. I think our marketplace will be an attribute to the other VRBOs in the area, accenting their businesses and creating opportunities for their guests to have services available at our center within walking distance. With regard to our on-site management services, we will have a full-time on-site vacation rental / property manager. In addition, we will have a part-time on-site vacation rentals manager when our regular managers days off during the week. We will also have housekeeping staff on site from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 2 shifts daily, servicing the common areas in the marketplace, as well as the VRBO rooms to ensure cleanliness for all. In addition, I have a tenant, Paso Visitor Center, who will be our on-site concierge to be dedicated to the hospitality of our guests when they check in if necessary. We'll have live security persons who will be on site nightly from 10 to 5 a.m. 7 days a week. We also have high-tech security surveillance cameras in the alley, in front of the market, and inside the VRBO hallways to keep everyone safe and secure. We've ensured that all is protected in and around the market, as well as the VRBO rooms, and want to make our property welcoming and inviting to both locals and tourists alike. We have created an urban country design that is both modern and friendly to ensure all can feel comfortable. It is, however, vital to the financial success of the property to be able to manage this as it was originally designed, as a mixed-use property with multiple services. I hope you all agree that this is a great asset to Paso Robles. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Someone has a microphone that is unmuted and they're moving around. The microphones nowadays are quite sensitive and it can be quite distractive. So if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. Up next, we have Matthew Rogers. Matthew, are you with us?
Doing? Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me tonight, Mayor and councilmen and women. I just wanted to give my opinion on the whole ordeal. I've been here for now 5 years and think it's been a drastic improvement to that side of Paso with the advancement of downtown moving north and south for that matter, with the whole development site, with the VRBOs. I have plenty of friends coming into the area on a regular basis, looking for VRBOs and Airbnbs and things of the sort. And they've all mentioned, the ones that I have shown the area to, have all couldn't agree more with the beautification that has brought to downtown Paso. And I just wanted to say that, we're 100% backing behind the Paso Market Walk.
Very good. We thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
I see by my magic list that Mr. Gilson is now with us and available. Mr. Gilson, welcome.
Oh,
Well, we had him for a moment. There he is.
Hi there. I'll be quick. I seem to have a poor connection. As a long-time commercial property owner and hotel owner in downtown, I just want to stress my high conviction and belief that that's a very suitable location for VRBO. I know how hard it is to do these projects, and I think she's been through an awful lot, and I have sympathy for her that way, but most importantly, I think the location is very appropriate for a VRBO project. And I just wanted to go on the record that way.
Very good. We thank you for your comments, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Okay. I have no one else on my list. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion. I tried very hard through those comments to discern any questions that were asked, and I may have missed some, but I will ask the one that I did write down here, and if staff discerned some questions that I did not, they should certainly chime in. But there was one person who went through a list of actions that have been taken by the council and the planning commission and seemed to be concerned about the differing definitions of the living areas, going from studios to apartments to whatnot. So can we give sort of an explanation of how those living areas were described and how those descriptions may have changed during the course of the process?
Yes, this is Darren Nash, City Planner. So the project originally went through the entitlement process for residential units. The project description shown in each of the resolutions, including a resolution that came up to the City Council, indicated the use of the short-term rentals was the intent of the project. The city's approval of the project of the building permits were as residential units. Whether there was a small cabinet, a small sink, or a full kitchen, it's not something the city evaluates when issuing a permit. It's what the applicant proposed and meets the codes, it meets the zoning code, it meets the building codes for a residential unit. I think what we're speaking of here is whether they are long-term residential units or whether they're short-term rental units. And as mentioned by the applicants, the intent is for short-term rentals. Those were the intent in the beginning. The project was approved for permits and started construction prior to the short-term rental ordinance being adopted. So it wasn't until that ordinance was adopted where the 2 short-term rentals per parcel rule came into effect. So prior to that, the 6 short-term rentals could have been applied for short-term rental permits. With actually prior to the ordinance, there wasn't a permit required for a short-term rental, just a business license. So the reason for the variance is for the city, for the commission and council to recognize that now that there's a short-term rental ordinance that conflicts with the number of units per parcel, this is a way through this variance process to approve the more than 2 units per parcel on the 1 parcel. The circumstances, we can go back and be specific on, but generally, if the applicant knew that the lots would have been needed to get the short-term rental permits, they could have designed the project in a manner to have more parcels. But at that time, prior to the ordinance, it was not necessary.
Very good. Did you pick up on any other questions that I might have missed there, Mr. Nash?
No, I think it was then hit again on the question of the definition of a short-term rental versus a hotel. But I think based on the the residential zoning component of this project and the ability to have residential units, that is the proponent for being able to have short-term rentals.
Very good. Okay, we go to council discussion now. We'll start with Councilwoman Garcia. Your thoughts or questions?
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I did also visit the site to review the overall site and the construction. And I have to agree with Fred Strong's comments that the convergence of the 4 lots was the intent to help preserve the oak trees. And this is a perfect example of a variance, in my opinion. So I'm supportive of sustaining this with a really good job planning commission. That's my comment.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just basically the same thing, that this is where I think the variance and the ability for the city to make findings that would preserve the oak trees and the overall site conditions to allow that to happen is exactly where we should use the variance type model. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, ordinances and regulations are intended to make things better, not worse than they could or should be. And that is truly one of these cases where adjustments have been made to make things better, not worse. This is on the site of one of my earliest encounters with business in Paso Robles. And also, pardon me, I've heard that the renovated house was originally built by the first mayor of Paso Robles. If that can be verified, I'd ask that a plaque to that effect be created and displayed on site, either in front of or in that structure, where the public can view it and appreciate the moment. And with that, I would move that we sustain the decision of the Planning Commission and thereby approving variance 20-01.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong. Do I have a second?
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt the vote, but I did just want to note before you two take the vote for the benefit of the public that I did get questions from Councilmember Hammond and Gregory about whether there was any issues with conflicts related to this project, since they do have some short-term rentals, but I did look into that and confirmed that they do not have conflicts because this is related to a very specific project and very narrow related to those unique circumstances. So I just wanted to note that before.
Very good.
Thank you.
Appreciate that clarification. I have a motion by Councilman Strong. Is there a second?
Second by Hammond.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. And before we take the vote, I just want to say that I concur with the points made by my colleagues. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
And Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, and thank you to all the folks who called in. I think we vetted this issue pretty thoroughly, and it was a good piece of work. So thank you very much on that. We move on now to item number 10, which is approval of employee retirement contract, amending the California Public Employees Retirement Contract for Tier 1 miscellaneous members and Tier 1 and Tier 2 police safety and fire safety members. Could we have a staff report, please?
All right. Good evening, Mayor Martin and council members. During the June 2nd council meeting last month, you were presented with the first steps of the process for the city to amend its retirement contract with CalPERS. This amendment was in response to recently approved labor agreements in which employees agreed to contribute additional amounts toward retirement beyond the required member contributions. This additional amount is a portion of the employer's contribution and is known as cost sharing, which is permissible under Government Code Section 20516. As you may recall, currently Tier 2 and 3 miscellaneous employees and all tiers of safety employees contribute an additional 3 or 6% toward CalPERS under this cost sharing provision. This contract amendment will provide for Tier 1 miscellaneous employees and Tier 1 and 2 safety employees to contribute an additional 2% toward retirement contract costs. The labor contracts for POA, IFF, and safety management also call for additional future cost-sharing changes over the next 2 years. Implementing cost-sharing provisions requires an amendment to the city's retirement contract following specific steps and timelines. During the June 2nd meeting, the first steps of contract amendment process was completed. Resolution of intention number 20092 was approved, and the introduction and first reading of the ordinance occurred. Since then, the city held a secret ballot election for affected members in the SEIU, the Unrepresented Confidential Professional Management Group, and the Unrepresented Part-Time Group. The outcome of the election was approval of the city's intention to amend the retirement contract. Tonight, we look to complete the final steps in the amendment process, which is a second reading and adoption of the ordinance. This will authorize the mayor to execute the amendment to the CalPERS retirement contract. The amendment will be effective 30 days later on August 8th, and affected employees will begin paying the additional 2% cost share, starting with the pay period beginning August 9th. One goal during recent labor negotiations was for all members within a particular labor group to pay the same amount toward retirement costs, regardless of which tier they were in, to ensure parity among employees. Upon completion of this and all upcoming contract amendments scheduled to occur through June 2022, the city will have met this goal. That concludes my presentation. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Council questions of staff. Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no questions.
Councilman Gregory.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Hammond.
None, Mr. Mayor.
None, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strong.
No, sir. Thank you.
No, sir. Thank you.
I have no questions. We have no one lined up for public comments, so I will open and close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Hammond.
I'd like to go ahead and hold a second reading for by title only to adopt ordinance number 10097, authorizing the amendment to CalPERS contract with the city's Tier 1 miscellaneous members, Tier 1 and Tier 2 police and fire safety members.
Second, Strong.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, seconded by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 11, adoption of Niblick Road Corridor Plan. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martin. Council members, this is David Aftey, City Engineer. So we last presented the Niblick Road Corridor Project report to you in February. We presented several things, including a summary of the findings of the report, the traffic data we collected, the accident history, speeds in the corridor. We also presented survey results. We collected that survey results to find out what the public really wanted. We presented the 3 draft options to the public, and we gathered their feedback. We also presented corridor-wide improvements for council discussion and 3 corridor options for input so we could further refine the plan. At that time, council directed staff to modify Alternative C, which we'll talk about tonight, incorporate Alternative A, which was mainly paving and restriping of the road based on if funding is not available for the Alternative C. You also asked us to come back with options for Sherwood Road, section of Niblick, or the future Niblick as it'll be renamed. We've done that, and we've also got, we're going to provide some info tonight on ped and bike collisions in the corridor that you asked for, and also on how the improvements might increase ridership and pedestrian usage of the corridor. With that, I'd like to introduce Steve Weinberger, our city's consultant for the project, and he'll be presenting the staff report for tonight.
Okay, good evening. Just sound check. Melissa, are you hearing me?
We are hearing you.
Great. All right. I'm going to, good evening, Steve Weinberger, Debbie Trans. Happy to be back, even in this virtual way. I'm going to be sharing my screen. And Melissa, are you seeing the title slide of my presentation now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So it's parts of this you've seen before, but just to remind you, it's been a while. A lot of this happened. As you know, this project's funded through Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant. We did this in partnership with a local government commission who is under contract separately to the city. We were assisted by North Coast Engineering, a local civil firm, and Central Coast Transportation assisted us with a traffic analysis. If you recall, we started in the fall of 2019. In November, we had our 4-day community workshops. That's when we did our demo project out in the street and presented to you on November 7th. Online surveys happened in January. We presented to you last in February. The full draft report was submitted to city staff in May, which we plan to finalize after tonight. Just to remind you, these were the plan goals: increase safety, decreasing speeds, maintaining the travel lanes in the corridor, improving the corridor efficiency, and accommodating pedestrian and bikes. Just for a quick review, we had 3 alternatives that we presented to you in November. We'll use the Appaloosa intersection as to remind you. We had alternative A, which was essentially leaving the same striping, but doing some enhancements like the green paint for bike lanes. Alternative B, we modified the lane widths to a bit narrower, but still within standards to create room for what you see as a buffer between the bike lane and the travel lane. And then alternative C, you'll see on the left side or the north side, created a raised two-way multi-use path for both bicyclists and pedestrians. So that was wider. And we kept the bike lane, eastbound bike lane on the opposite side of the street. So this alternative C, back in February, you adopted that as the preferred alternative with some information that you wanted to hear back from us. So as a reminder, that alternative standardized the lane widths in the corridor. So we'd have 12-foot lanes on the outside to accommodate the larger vehicles. In fact, some of the cross sections now have this, these cross-section lane widths. Some do not, some are wider. Again, the alternative C, which you just saw this, but we also had created some images without the landscaping, but more of kind of a raised buffer on the bike path. We do need some type of buffer with the contraflow cyclist and vehicle in close proximity. This is a quarter horse lane. So you'll see on the right side is our raised path. In this case, we have some landscaping or not, but maybe a raised short fence of some sort to separate that. And the bridge view, as you've seen before, this is looking west towards downtown. Again, the two-way path on the right side with the fence, which we kind of modeled after the short fence on the Golden Gate Bridge. There was an issue that you talked to us about at the last hearing regarding the Sherwood section. Since that had already been repaved, had new sidewalks put in, you asked if we can not deconstruct the sidewalks there and utilize the cross-section pavement you have. So in the report and tonight we're showing you the options. This is the existing cross-section as if we're looking from the east end of Niblick looking towards Queston Road. You'll see there are existing bike lanes, 5 travel lanes, and the sidewalks. We developed 3 alternatives. C1 is actually the same as alternative C. So As you see, we did widen, assume reconstruction of the sidewalk. This is, we're assuming you won't prefer this because last council meeting you asked us to come back with some other alternatives. So C1 was our baseline for alternative C, and tonight we're presenting you with two different alternatives for Sherwood. C2, which essentially, as I toggle between the existing conditions and alternative C2, maintains the existing sidewalks, maintains the existing pavement cross-section width. In this case, you see on the right, we created that two-way bike path to connect with the alternative C two-way path beyond this to the west. And where we got the room for that is, if you, I'm going to back up, you'll see the bike lane on the south side of the street went away. We combined that with the existing bike lane to get our separator and the two-way bike path within the roadbed. So this essentially is a restriping project of the Sherwood section with the loss of the eastbound bike lane. And the other alternative C3, again, sidewalks are maintained as you had requested. This is, again, just a restriping project. And you'll see what we did here. We actually maintained the bike lane on the other side of the street and created the two-way path to connect with our raised two-way path to the west. Where we got the room for that is we removed one of the westbound travel lanes. In our examination of the traffic volumes and at the Crescent Road intersection, we can make this work into the future with that future development. And if you recall, as we approach Crescent Road, the roadway does widen and we do have a right turn lane, and we would use that as we get towards the Crescent intersection. So two options here: maintaining the sidewalks, both to restriping to get our two-way bike facility to match the rest of alternative C. So we'll be looking for input on that. Just to circle back to the alternative C plan, the report does include graphics showing the conceptual geometric striping design. What I'm going to show you goes from west to east. So starting at Spring here on the top left, and on the bridge, you'll see the blue space is the two-way ped bike facility. And you'll see on the bottom of the screen in the eastbound direction, you'll see the green one directional bike lane is maintained. We do have room to do that. As we go east on the top of the page through the shopping center and river intersection, and then as we go to the bottom, up the hill, past Quarter Horse, and then again to the top of the page, you'll see we're entering Appaloosa intersection where we did our demo projects back in November. And then we come to the high school area at the bottom of the page, and then going east all the way through to the Crescent intersection. So we have done a detailed design. Our staff did a great job getting this done. It's in the report. We'll be providing the city with the CAD files. So should this move forward and into further design, there's a great start. So we do have it up to Creston, don't have it for the rest of Sherwood, waiting for your input on that. If you also recall, we did have a long laundry list of other things that could happen on the corridor to assist with the traffic issues we identified. We've kind of categorized those into three: short term, the green, medium term in orange, and longer term in blue. And those are, I'm not going to go through every one of those. These are all things we've presented to you already. And those came out of our public outreach on the process. I did, here's the short-term list. And I did want to just touch for a minute on the what we think is the highest priority short-term project, and that's to implement a circulation plan for the high school, a modified circulation plan, which would hopefully address a lot of the issues that the public has mentioned in terms of the congestion that occurs. Based on our observations, we think a lot of the congestion that is occurring is due to the way the circulation plan is set up now, with vehicles are stacking on site and extending into the street. Here's your existing circulation. The red is the vehicle circulation. The green is the bus pickup and drop off circulation. We've developed some alternatives. They're in the appendix of the report. This staff will be talking with the school district and exploring these. These are just very high level conceptual, but a good start to work with the school district and seeing what other alternatives are possible. We did show one. This first one here is actually from the high school master plan that proposes a new access here as shown in the blue. We've developed a couple other options. This one to move the vehicle passenger sort of loop around the outside of the school, which gives us a lot of capacity, and move the buses to the inside, since we have really fewer buses, more cars, and try to minimize that impact to Crescent Road that we have now. Another one that is more in keeping with the master plan and this new access to give, but again, an emphasis on giving the vehicles more room. Again, very high level, needs to be flushed out with the school district, and that will happen at some point in the future. We do have a lot of medium-term improvements, and as I get to the cost estimates, I'll remind you that the cost of these medium-term improvements and the really long vision improvements, the cost of those are not included in the cost estimates, just the short-term measures along with the alternative C cross-section with the bike path. There is some policy and program suggestions, one focused on speed reduction, one on maintenance for the path, and development of a safety campaign. The corridor does have very high accident rates. It's related to the high speeds, and we think that's part of the package, not just engineering improvements, but education and enforcement to help bring the traffic conditions to a more acceptable level. So our report does include cost estimates for actually all three alternatives, and repaving of the corridor as a separate cost item. So just to orient you to the table, we've separated the corridor into 5 sections going from west to east, starting at the bridge, and then from the end of the bridge to South River to the high school to Crescent Road, and then the Sherwood Road section. North Coast Engineering has done all the cost estimates for it in terms of the road reconstruction and repaving costs. And we have repaving costs, and you'll see there's no repaving costs for the Sherwood since it's already been done. And I'll move over to alternative C. So the cost for this is the reconstruction of the northern sidewalk to get our width for our two-way bike ped facility and the separator. Although you'll see as we get down to Sherwood, this is essentially reconstruction of the sidewalk, which we're assuming you prefer something less like restriping, like those alternative C2 and C3 that I talked about. So as I toggle this over, if we replace all the cost on Sherwood with the restriping cost, that brings the cost down for the alternative C. We bring in those short-term measures that we talked about, and all those have been itemized, and they're in the appendix of the report. to bring us to alternative C cost of $8 million. And I'm sure your question about where that money might come from, and Dave and I can talk about that a little bit in terms of pursuing funding for a project like this. So you did ask about the last meeting about ped bike volumes, ped bike accidents, how are they going to change? So I have a couple last slides, and these are the two last slides that I have. Just a sort of reminder of what type of activity we have for pedestrians and bikes on the corridor. As we all know, there's not a lot of cyclists, and as we heard from the public, it's a intimidating corridor, so not surprising that we don't have high volumes of cyclists on the corridor. At any one location, we're seeing less than 10 bikes in a peak hour situation at any one intersection. We consider it a very low bike volume corridor. Ped volumes are actually moderate to high around the high school, around 40 to 60 per hour on the outer flanks on the west and the east, but in the core closer to the high school, there is easily 150 to 240, whether you're looking in the morning or in the afternoon, during an hour around the high school, pedestrians per hour walking to or from the high school. In terms of the collision data, and this is documented all in the report, there's been 12 recorded bike and ped accidents on the corridor in the last 5-year period available. And we've actually converted that to what's called a collision rate. There is collision rates. I'll skip down to the next bullet. The vehicle collision rate right now is a rate of 2.9 collisions per million vehicle miles. Basically, there's a formula we use to compare it with a statewide average for similar facilities. That 2.9 is more than double what's expected for this type of roadway, given its volume, given its width, given its speed. So we, with those rates, found out this was a very high collision facility. But now if I back to that 5.5 you're seeing on the screen, that is the pedestrian bike collision rate. So that's 5.5 ped bike collisions per million ped bike miles. We're just looking at the volume of pedestrians and bikes, the length of the corridor in a 5-year period, how many collisions we have. And what that tells you is if you're a cyclist or a pedestrian, you're almost twice as likely, your chances of being in a collision are almost twice as much as if you were in a car. So in my mind, having done this before, we have high collision rates for all vehicles, very high. For ped and bikes, it's even higher than that. And I'm not surprised by that given the speed and volume of the corridor. I just wanted to point out, we did talk to Caltrans and SlowCog about how volumes can change on the corridor. They did actually just put out a traffic count on pedestrian and bike facilities around San Luis Obispo County. And they vary, depending on the location. They did not look at this corridor, but I just want to, there's a document out there that kind of tells you some other facilities, and one of them like the Bob Jones Trail, how many bikes and peds are on that on weekday versus weekends. There's a lot of data, and I just wanted to give you a heads up that that's out there. So, what does this mean in terms of how will volumes and safety change if that alternative C is constructed? There is not an exact science at this point in traffic engineering to pinpoint that. There's a lot of anecdotal information. There's a lot of studies that have been done in various cities, mostly in larger facilities and by larger organizations that have looked at complete street corridors that have implemented a protected bike facility to see how volumes and safety have changed. I've referenced 4 of them here, one by the city of New York, one by the city of Oakland, 2 by national organizations. One is the National Complete Streets Coalition. And basically, they pretty consistently, all of the research that has been done on before and after implementing protected bike facilities all show some type of increase of varying degrees. And keep in mind, these are corridors that had much higher bike volumes to start with than Niblick, but these are corridors that see an increase in usage and see a decrease in injuries, accidents to cyclists and pedestrians. You'll see some of those referenced on the bullets, somewhere on the order of we're seeing 40 to 75% decrease in collisions. And if we can get that to the level, that's great. That brings the safety of pedestrian bikes on par with those of vehicles. So that's one of the goals that we're trying to achieve in the corridor. So with that, available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Council questions? Councilwoman Garcia?
No questions. I just wanted to say thank you for the update. This was a very good layout. Thank you so much.
Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, I just have one question for you, Steve. On the C, or I guess yours, item C, we have the bike lanes, the 10-foot path on them, let's see, on the north side. And then you have a bike path going up Niblick. And does that stop and just turn into a sidewalk after Rambouillet? That's the question.
And I'm sorry, what location are you talking about?
As you go eastbound, you have a 10-foot double lane on one side, and then it looks like you have the bike path on the south side, and then it's somewhere that stops on the south side, just has a 5-foot sidewalk. Where does that start and stop?
Okay, are you talking about the Sherwood section?
No, the Niblick.
Okay, on Niblick, I'll just work off of this image if that's okay. So on the north side or the westbound side is our 2-way bike path.
Right.
And then travel lanes, the one directional eastbound bike lane is maintained on the south side, and with the existing sidewalk on the south side. So the south side sidewalk is maintained on the corridor. One thing I didn't mention, and as I get towards the high school, you'll see the orange here. So here's Creston Road. As you know, on the south side, between essentially the high school and Creston, there is no sidewalk. We have a sidewalk gap. There's the residential driveways. So we have included costs for a sidewalk on the south side between the high school and Creston as part of those cost estimates. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but
yeah, that's my question. Is it's a sidewalk in lieu of a bike path there?
You can see it's pretty small, but we were able, and in fact, this section is sort of our prototypical 12-foot lanes on the outside, 11-foot lanes on the inside, and the 10-foot center turn lane. So we've maintained that. We're able to maintain that. And so we have a 5-foot bike lane still and the 5-foot sidewalk. And along this section, we have increased the costs. There's a bit of a change in elevation with these driveways that go up. So there's some added costs for potential say retaining wall, very short walls to get that sidewalk in but within public right of way. Some of those yards right now kind of extend into the public right of way.
Okay.
But so yeah, there is a sidewalk and a bike lane on that south side.
Okay. And then can you go back to your slides on Creston Road? We did a cross section of the road. And
you mean Sherwood?
No, Creston, where you showed a picture of Creston going east and westbound.
I haven't I've shown the Sherwood approaching Creston.
Oh, okay. This is Sherwood. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's existing today then, what you're...
So this is the existing section of Sherwood just east of Creston. As you're looking, you're in the middle of Sherwood, east of Creston, looking towards the Creston Road intersection.
And are you recommending a change to that?
Well, we're asking you all tonight because when we came last, we had put in costs for reconstructing the sidewalk on the north side of Sherwood to put the bike path, and your preference of the council was come back with some alternatives. We've just restriped, repaved this roadway. Can we just leave it the way it do we have to reconstruct the sidewalk? So we came with these two alternatives, which restripe the road, keep the sidewalks, but get our two-way bike facility between Creston and the end, which will eventually extend into the developments there to the east. And so this is C3, which kept the bike lane, the eastbound bike lane on the south side, put the two-way bike facility, eliminated one of the travel lanes, where C2 eliminated that bike lane. That's where we got the space to do this. So, and both of these sidewalks on both sides of that section of Sherwood between Creston and the eastern end are maintained and not reconstructed, just restriping in between.
So is there a C1 alternative also?
The C1, yes, was essentially the 3D images that I showed you would be in keeping with that. So C1 is reconstructing the northern, essentially demoing the northern sidewalk on Sherwood and reconstructing it so it's wide enough to accommodate the peasant bikes per the design, which is why when we get to the costs that I showed you, that was the $1.46 million for Sherwood Road if you have to reconstruct that sidewalk. What we heard at the last council meeting is you'd rather not do that and you'd rather just restripe it, which is that cost.
So on the restriped version, I guess that's C3?
C2 or C3.
So my only concern is I don't want to see, I like the C3 looks fine. I don't want to see 10.5-foot lanes. I like the 11-foot lanes and 12-foot lanes. So one of the, C2's got a little too narrow lanes in the middle for me.
Yeah, we're working with the width we have. We're trying to maintain the minimum narrow sidewalks. So this one does have the 10.5-foot inner through lanes because we needed the minimum width here between the two-way bike is 3 feet. And we're going with the minimum two-way bike of 8 feet here. So we had to kind of squeeze that in.
So this is restriping only. There's no construction, right?
Correct. Yeah. C2 and C3 is no reconstruction, just restriping.
Well, and this is a westbound look, I guess, right?
We're looking westbound. Correct.
So I think I like the 2 lanes, both directions a little better for that one. I wish there's a way to fix the 10.5 there. We'd have to, that's my only recommendation. So, but I don't want to cut it down to 1 lane. I think that would be a mistake. Those are my comments.
Okay, Councilman Hammond, questions?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to with Councilman Gregory is the Sherwood section. And do we have a plan view or did we not develop any plan views of that area? What I'm really wanting to know is from the new development that we just approved, the South Chandler and Olson, what I can't recall coming from the roundabout, is that a 2-lane heading westbound out of that area toward Sherwood? I can't recall.
David, do you recall?
Yeah, I can take that. I can take that question. Councilman Hammond, out of the roundabout at Airport Road, it'll be a 2-lane road, divided, and then as it connects to Sherwood, it will turn into currently what's a 4-lane road. I just would like to add also that both alternative C2 and C3 have plenty of capacity for the city out to build out, but it does. That section is a 2-lane divided out of the roundabout.
Well, okay, David. What I want to clarify there, you said coming out of the roundabout, basically there's one west and one east out of the roundabout, correct?
That's correct. So there's 4 legs to the roundabout at Airport Road. The proposed Airport Road roundabout, north, south, east, and west, and they'll be the same on each leg. So two lanes on each leg.
Oh,
but
okay.
not a 2-lane roundabout. When I say 2 lanes, that means opposing traffic. So the roundabouts themselves will be single lanes, and then as you go around the roundabout, you'll pick your path and you'll go out whatever direction you want to go. But coming into town, it'll be a single lane coming into town and a single lane going back through the development to the east.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out then. So where Sherwood ends and heads on to the new development to the east there, we're going to, if we're heading eastbound, we're going to have 2 lanes eastbound, and then they're going to transition into 1 lane heading toward the roundabout, correct?
Correct. So Sherwood Road will have 2 lanes eastbound as it currently does. It transitions right there, and then as you enter the North Chandler or the South Chandler Ranch portion, it's a single lane heading into that development.
And what's
eastbound?
What's the width of those lanes? Must be pretty wide compared to where we're coming from on Sherwood.
The new Niblick Road will be 11-foot lanes.
Is that what we're calling that? Heading over toward the new development is Niblick?
Yeah, so council voted to rename Sherwood Road to Niblick Road, and so that's in process right now. And as that project moves forward, we'll rename Sherwood to Niblick, and then it'll be Niblick all the way through the North Chandler the South Chandler and Olson Ranch project to Meadowlark Road.
Okay, all right. No, if we could look at C1, C2, C3 real quick. That's C1, I believe, is the one that I was favoring because it kept the widths on Sherwood or Niblick now more consistent. I believe that's what they are currently. Is that not true?
This here are your existing. There are 11-foot lanes right now, with the 10-foot center lane and the 5-foot bike lanes.
Right. Okay. So go back to C1. All right. See. So then we got rid of the bike lane on the south side, and we are doing a shared ped bike on the north side, which is consistent, which is, I think, what I remember voting for and wanting to go forward with, is that shared pathway over there on the north side of Niblick now, all the way to Spring Street, if we could. In other words, make that consistent all the way throughout, if possible. And I think that was doable, but yet it would keep the lanes as wide as possible. Again, what we're seeing, these 12, 11, 10, 11, 12 lanes is kind of what I would like to see all the way to Spring Street, if possible. And I think we have the right of way to do it.
Yeah, just maybe, Dave, I'll start and you can finish. And you'll see the cross section here. This was our design goal for the lanes: 12-foot outer lanes, 11-foot inner lanes, and the 10-foot center lane. And on this, because we're reconstructing the sidewalk to the two-way ped bike facility with our separator, and we were able to fit that, design it to our goal. As opposed to C1, C2, and C3, we're working with the pavement curb to curb that's there, and trying to restripe to fit this two-way bike facility in while keeping the sidewalks. So we weren't able to achieve, there wasn't enough room to get the 212s, the 211s, and the 10 with that.
What about changing the center turn lane? Can we get less than 10? Because it's rarely used. And I go through a 9-foot garage door every night. I mean, is there a way to reduce that center turn lane less than 10 and gain a little more space? I mean, you've got a couple 10-foot-6 looks like on either side of it.
Yeah, 10 and a halfs on either side of it. 10 feet in terms of the standards is the narrowest you generally want to go. I mean, there are certainly they're few and far between. There are some 9-foot center turn lanes out there. They tend to be in places like Oakland and San Francisco that have really squeezed them in. But 10, in terms of meeting standards, 10 feet is generally as narrow as you want to go.
Well, again, the way I look at roads is that you should design for either the vehicle or person or whatever that's using it the most. And if you're not using that center turn lane very much at all, then I would reduce it down as much as possible and then gain it back out. In other words, if we were to go to 9 foot, that would make your lanes on either side up to 11 now. Now they're all consistent and equal all the way through across the cross section. That's kind of what I'm hoping we can do. I don't want to have to tear into that sidewalk either. I'd rather use what we have existing because it's going to be super expensive to try and do that. So if we can do that north end where we have 2 lanes, 4-foot bike, and then the 6-foot sidewalk for PEDs, that's looking better for me. And again, it's, I don't know, cost-wise, that's got to be less money too.
Okay, Councilman Strong?
Yes. Well, I wish this item had come after the next one, because one of my questions is it possible to mix and match these? We're talking about $7 million difference between alternative C and alternative A. That's a huge difference in cost. It's way more than double. And in that particular case, it depends upon how much money we've got available and what we can get in grants. So I would almost like to see something where we could say, depending upon what happens in the next election, we might want to go A or C or A or B. But to pick one and say that's what we're going to go right now, if we're not going to be under construction with this in the next 6 to 9 months, I'd like to have a little more flexibility. Is that possible?
So I'll take that, Steve. So Councilman Strong, that's a great question. Right now, the way that the council has set up this current plan would be a default to alternative A, which consists of basically restriping and some safety enhancements and some of the short-term measures for the project, and including the repaving. So if we just had money for the repaving and we could not get grant money or anything like that, this plan would allow that to happen. We could repave sections or a portion or the whole Niblick Road and install any short-term measures that we or the council could fund at that time. So that you have that, this plan, if it is adopted, would give you those options to do in the corridor, including if we did get a grant, the city got a grant, we could do alternative C. And I think the last discussion we had also was that we would try knocking off portions of the project, one segment at a time. For instance, there was a strong inclination towards the Niblick Bridge portion, trying to get a grant for that first, because there is a lot of foot traffic and bicycle traffic, especially bicycle traffic that uses the current sidewalk on the bridge.
Yeah, and see, that's kind of like I was thinking. I was wondering if it was even possible to consider like it by segment. Segment 1 as alternate C, segment 2 as C, segment 3 as B, segment 4 as B, segment 5 as A, as an example.
Yes, absolutely. This is set up to. This is actually set up to be done in segments. I think it'd be great to get a $8 million grant plus another $3 million for the paving portion of it. But I think realistically, being able to build this in sections is really a good option for the city at this point.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just chime in. Tag along on that. Having worked on grant applications for similar projects around the state, it's probably unlikely that alternative A or B would get any outside funding because they're not unusual enough and not competitive enough for what they do. Where alternative C has, can compete better, much better than A or B because of the type of facilities providing. The funding programs are looking at really transformative projects, and there's plenty of them out there to compete. So, in our opinion, A and B would not compete well at all in a grant funding program, where C would have a fighting chance because of what it provides and the impact and transformation it provides in terms of safety for all the users. And just to comment on the mixing and matching, it's a little difficult when you think of it that way. In my mind, operationally, if you think about a two-way bike facility on the north side that maybe is only going to travel for 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, and if you're an eastbound cyclist, it makes it difficult to go very far, and maybe maybe now you're going to stay riding on the sidewalk in the eastbound direction on the north side if that facility doesn't continue. So I think it's a little awkward to mix and match that much. So just some quick thoughts from me on those two issues.
Okay, we still have public comment to go, but let's do one run through again to see if any additional questions have occurred to council members. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
I'll comment.
Councilman Hammond?
Yes, question. When we accept grant money, we also tend to have to comply with design, and no one's really spoken anything about the stormwater runoff situation that we've had to do. Is that still in this kind of a game if we were to get grant money?
That may be a condition of the grant. This corridor is almost completely built out at this point, so any replaced impervious surface, as long as we're not changing what they can refer to as the line and grade of the road, would be exempt. However, there are some areas of new sidewalk that have to be filled in, and so we would work within our existing right-of-way to provide the facilities to mitigate any stormwater in compliance with the state requirements. From my standpoint, having worked with that program for a while now, I believe we'll be able to do that within the existing right-of-way.
Similar to the Crescent Road there, David, like I thought I remember hearing when we designed Crescent Road that there was going to have to be some of that element of design in there too if we accepted state money.
That I believe that is correct. Some of the different grants, like I mentioned, require that. I believe on Crescent Road we also have a space for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong, any final questions before we go to public comment?
No.
Very good, thank you. I have one person in queue for public comment, Mr. Dale Gustin. Dale, thank you for your patience. Are you with us?
Did you cue in Neil Guston?
You are on and live, sir.
945 Spring Street. And of course, this is a problem that goes way back to when we eliminated the loop road or Airport Road to go down and connect to 46. But nevertheless, the traffic on Niblick at certain times is horrendous. So we've got to be sure and maintain 4 lanes all the way out past Creston Road. And with the new traffic that's going to come in with a new development. We've been trying for 30 years, at least the last 20, to get children going to school to use their bicycles more. Yeah, we need bike lanes to comply. And I wish we could get more children to ride their bikes to school, because it's a good exercise. There's too many young children in school that are increasingly becoming obese, and that's a health hazard for them. So anything we can do to get them to ride their bikes more, including making sure we got safe bike lanes, I would be in favor of. Whether or not you want to spend the money now or later and see if you get grants, that's up to you people. I think in light of the tight financing that occurred because of the coronavirus, all the businesses and knocking them down, it may be a while before we can get the kind of grants we want to get. I don't know. I'm not a grant writer, but anyway, good luck on that. So anyway, good luck on this. I think we need to keep down our expenses. So maybe just doing the minimum now might be the only thing we can do.
Thank you, sir. I have no one else in the queue, so I will close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action.
I'd like to motion if
Mr. Gregory.
So I have a question on if we approve the recommendation as it's presented, I would just like to be I don't know how to say this, but I think our council needs to be involved in this project all the way along, depending on the grants or no grants or whatever happens. I like alternative C the best, but one of the things in looking at the chart, I want everybody to see this, that just repaving, it's going to be 3.3 million. And option C is a total of 8.8 million. So if we get a grant for anything over 5 or 6 billion, it's like repaving it and that's it, not having to pay for those extras. So I'd be in favor of making a motion to accept as it's presented, but I want to make sure that staff or in the motion that we have the ability to continue to make decisions as money comes in.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Garcia.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, seconded by Councilwoman Garcia. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next up, item number 12, potential revenue measure for the November 2020 ballot. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be queuing up my screen in just a second. This item is on a potential ballot measure, and I'm having trouble queuing up my screen. Sir, you want to walk me through it?
Sure. If you have your Teams screen open in the center of the video, there should be a share screen icon. It's a little monitor, I believe, with an arrow.
There it is. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay. So clearly the pandemic has hit our community hard. We have many people and many businesses that are hurting and needing help. And they're not going to be able to solve the problems they're facing on their own. And simultaneously, the pandemic is hitting the city hard, adding demands upon our services and also leading to significant revenue declines. We projected a $5.1 million reduction in revenues over the last 4 months of the fiscal year just ended, and maybe an additional $5 or even more $1 million reduction in revenues in the year we just started. But the pandemic is really just exacerbating some underlying structural challenges we have. Revenues are essentially fixed, and the 10-year forecast indicates that revenues will be increasing at only 1% to 2% per year, which is less than the projected rate of inflation. And the reason revenues are essentially fixed is that only voters can approve taxes. In addition to the flat revenues, we are seeing a significant increase in the demand for essential services. As one example, police calls for service are up 44% in the last 5 years, and that's with no increase in population and essentially flat crime rates. Police are being asked to do so many other things than traditionally responding to crimes in progress or that have been committed, that demands for service are way up. And that's not just here in Paso, that's a broad trend. There are some people, and I'm sure those of us who've been in this business a long time have all been accosted by people who are frustrated with government and essentially called some version of blood-sucking leeches and building empires. But that isn't the case. What is the case is that these services, these vital, essential services, the demand for those is increasing, and the cost of those services is increasing at a rapid rate, much faster than the increase in revenues. What we're trying to do is respond to that increase in demand for services. Simultaneously, the federal government, the state government, and county governments, their role in assisting us is decreasing, which means we're increasingly on our own. Now, when someone has an emergency, if it's a plumbing emergency, they call a plumber. And when the plumber comes, fixes the leak, and hands a bill to the resident or the business. But for 1,001 other types of issues, we are who they call. They call either 911 or they call 237-3888, the city's general number. And when we provide a service, we don't give them a bill. And that's part of this disconnect between the demands for services and the revenues we receive. We do not want people thinking when they're picking up the phone to dial 911, well, maybe I shouldn't do this because I'm not sure I can pay for it. No, we want people to absolutely feel free to call whenever they have an emergency and be assured that there will be people there, high quality people, to respond to the request for service. And that's the issue. Unless we have the revenues to provide those services, we're not there to respond. So what have we been doing about this structural problem and the structural disconnect between revenues and the demand for services? We've been doing a lot. We've been cutting costs. We've been reducing non-essential services. We've been increasing fees for service on activities such as fire inspections and recreation programs, which aren't emergencies and where the benefit is primarily the person who calls for the service. We're ensuring that growth pays its way in a variety of ways with development impact fees, with the Community Services District. We work very hard to secure grants. We don't have a grants person, a grants ombudsperson. Every program, every person is responsible for looking for grants and applying and receiving those. And we are very successful at doing that. We're also investing in economic development because over the long term, the best way for us to reduce these business cycles and these revenue cycles that so hurt our ability to provide services with every time there's a downturn is to promote and achieve a more diversified economy, one that isn't dependent so much on agriculture and tourism, so that we are better able to withstand downturns. And then finally, when we're absolutely forced to, we ask the voters for help. And so in 2012, we asked the voters for help, and they responded by approving a half-cent supplemental sales tax, which is providing a lot of the additional road repair work that we're seeing around town. So let's talk about the essential services and the difficulty we're having in providing those services. And we're going to start with fire and fire emergency services, then police, and then streets.
Thank you, Mr. Fucci. The Department of Emergency Services has seen a 28% increase in call volume in just the last 5 years, as you can see from this grant here. One of the reasons for this is that the residents in this community are getting older. We have metrics that date back about 20 years, and we can see how the growth trend is upwards. Our metrics show that 52% of our calls are for residents that are 65 and older. Another contributing factor to the increase in call volume is that access to health care is becoming more difficult, and residents are becoming more reliant on the 911 system to come and assist them. As we move into staffing, we have our grant that expires in 2022, the first part of 2022. That grant was a $2.5 million grant that we received to staff our paramedic squad. So it funds 6 firefighter positions. Prior to the squad implementation, you'll see on this graph the dark green line that represents 2018. And what this is the simultaneous calls that we experience on a day-to-day basis and the number of times that we're not able to respond when you pick up and call 911. So in 2018, prior to implementing the squad and having those 6 firefighters, there was over 700 times that we did not respond or unable to respond if you called 911. In March of 2019, with the grant funding and the support of our city council, we staffed that paramedic squad, and our ability to respond to those simultaneous calls greatly decreased. We went from an average of about 40 times a month that we were unable to respond to your 911 calls to now we're down to about 10 times a month. If we do not find the funding source to continue staffing the squad, our estimates indicate that next year, if we can't have the squad in place, approximately 900 times a year or 75 times a month, we will be unable to respond to your emergency. Additionally, currently, we are only able to meet our response goal adopted by City Council 56% of the time. If we lose the paramedic squad due to funding, our response times will significantly decrease as well, become worse. As you see on the next screen, do I need to pause? Okay, let me pause, get us caught up here. Right there. As you can see from the metrics on this screen here, for the first 6 months of this year, the city had no emergency response capabilities for over 30 hours. That's 30 hours too much if you were the person calling 911. That means that we had no resources available in the city to respond to your emergency for 30 hours. This number will significantly increase if we lose our grant-funded staffing. Yep. Let me pause for a second. Sorry, we're having some technical problems. Okay, we go next slide. Yeah, there you go. So response time. This chart identifies our ability to meet the City Council's goal of responding to all emergencies in 4 minutes or less 90% of the time. As mentioned earlier, we are only achieving this goal 56% of the time. 4 minutes or less 90% of the time is a national standard and supported by the American Heart Association for fire departments throughout the nation. San Luis Ambulance, we do have San Luis Ambulance here in the city. They work out of another station located off of River Road there. They are in town. Their goal is 10 minutes or less 90% of the time. So when you call 911, you obviously want someone there as quickly as possible. That same ambulance is not committed to the city of Paso Robles. It covers an approximately 1,200 square mile radius. So they cover out to the Kern County line, the Kings County line, Monterey County line. So they are quite busy. So we want to make sure that we have paramedic services available at any time within the city. There are a number of reasons we have this goal. Most importantly, if you suffer a cardiac or respiratory arrest, irreversible cellular death, also known as brain death, occurs within 4 to 6 minutes. Many studies, including the American Heart Association, show your chances of survival are reduced 10% for every minute that passes without advanced life support interventions. Finally, we know that the quicker we can respond to a fire decreases the growth potential and magnitude of that fire, whether that's a structure fire or wildland fire. This next chart shows how many wildfires that we respond to. Our wildfires continually increase. There's a number of factors. We've had some drought years. There's obviously a climate change, and our fuel loading out there has grown quite substantially. So in the past 3.5 years, we've responded to 474 wildland fires, and that's just within the city limits. 303 of those fires were in the riverbed. A tax measure would assist us in continuing to abate the riverbed to minimize the chances of another fire occurring like we saw on June 22nd or like the town of Paradise saw. Any fire in the riverbed requires mutual aid assistance. Our minimal daily staffing is not enough to extinguish these fires as quickly as we would like. The longer it takes for us to get there without adequate staffing increases the fire size exponentially. So we've put together a 10-year staffing plan based on current deficiencies and future projections. As you can see, we are already well behind many departments. Paso Robles has the 2 busiest fire stations in the county, and we're running more calls with less staff. This is reflected in our response times and the number of times we are not available to respond when you call 911. Without a funding mechanism, these problems will continue to become even worse than they already are. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Lewis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So as Chief Stornetta and I have been talking to the community for a while now about our various concerns with staffing and our ability to respond to not only emergency calls for service, but routine calls for service. Mr. Ferrucci pointed out a little bit earlier the exponential growth in our calls for service within the community. I've prepared some charts that we'll get to in a little bit, but suffice it to say that even though our population isn't growing at the same proportion, our calls for service are really keeping us busy. And what that translates to overall is that we're being less effective within the community. Over 2,500 times in 1 year, we're unable to respond to calls for service when called the first time, meaning that when our officers or when the community calls our dispatch center and asks for a police officer, there's a fairly good chance that they're going to be already committed to a call, not just one, but all the officers that are on shift. Currently, we're staffing between 3 and 5 police officers at any given day or at any given shift to respond to approximately 45,000 calls for service per year. Our dispatchers are answering over 75,000 phone calls per year. In short, we don't have enough police officers to be able to keep up with the community demands and calls for service. In addition, we need funding to replace our outdated 911 system. That's the backbone of our communication. I've highlighted this several times to not only to the council, but to the community, the importance of how these work together. And it was on full display recently, not only for our fighter fires working in the riverbed fires, but also for our police officers as they battled through the active shooter situation and while coordinating with outside agencies and our own folks during the protests that were through Paso Robles over the past month. Next slide, please. There you go. So our calls for service, what does that mean? So you can see here's a depiction of since 2011 moving forward how much our calls for service have grown. And conversely, our staffing has actually gotten smaller since some of these years. In 2011, we were responding to a little less than 30,000 calls per year. Today, we're going to be expected to be over 45,000. How does that compare to some of our other neighboring cities? Well, I can tell you per capita and straight up comparison, we are the busiest municipality, even compared to San Luis Obispo, which has a higher population than we do. We recently completed a dispatch consolidation study whereby we looked at the services that we were providing to our community and how that compared to our neighbors to look at ways to increase efficiency and potentially save money. And the results of that study indicated that Paso Robles was far and away the most cost-effective city in providing emergency services in the way of dispatch and responding to calls for service. So right now, your police department has been authorized 37 police officers. Rarely do we ever get to that number. Typically, we're hovering somewhere in the area of 34 to 36. By way of comparison, in the mid part of 2000, we actually reached 42 police officers at one point. And as you saw on that previous slide, our calls for service are increasing while our numbers and our ranks are going down. This chart here is designed to point out what the majority of the nation is experiencing in the ways of staffing compared to our police department. As you can see nationwide, that approximately 2.2 police officers per 1,000 residents is the nation's standard for police departments of all sizes. In Paso Robles, we're just a little over one officer, 1.1. It varies. 1.09 actually, as this slide shows, per 1,000 residents. How does that compare to our neighbors? Well, I wanted to make sure that everybody sees that. Again, I'll mention that we are the busiest police department in the county. Atascadero, our closest neighbor, is slightly staffed less, but they have approximately half the calls for service that we do. San Luis Obispo is running about 2,000 calls per service less than we are. And they also, I believe their number is a little bit higher than 1.28 now. This was within the last 6 months we took this survey. All the way up to a high of 2.9 officers per 1,000 residents for Pismo Beach. So you can see that at least in comparators to across the nation and locally, that we're not able to provide the same level of service that most communities have. Now, it's important to note, because one of the things that we hear is that, expanding the police department is costly, which it is. But the point that we like to make is we're not expanding the police department to initiate new services. We're just trying to maintain the quality of life that Paso Robles has come to enjoy. And the reason why we all moved here, live here, shop here, play here is because Paso Robles is a special place. If our calls for service keep growing exponentially like they are, and our ranks don't increase or they continue to shrink, then our ability to provide for the safety of the community is reduced. I can't emphasize that point enough. And Chief Stornetta was able to talk to you a little bit about response times, and now he has 4-minute goals or less to be able to get there. I wish that we were able to even compare that. I pointed out in this particular slide, a priority 1 call is a call that is an immediate threat to life, meaning that it could be somebody pinned in into a car in a traffic accident. It could mean that there's somebody reported with a gun. It could mean that there's some sort of sexual assault in progress. Our average ability to respond to those calls is 9 minutes and 18 seconds. It doesn't mean that we won't drop everything we're doing to get there, and oftentimes we do get there within minutes. But when all of our officers are committed to calls, we have to break an officer and be able to get them there. All the way up to our priority 3 calls, which are our routine calls. On average, it takes us about 15 minutes to get to those types of calls. So that could be anything from a noise complaint to any other, less critical type of call. Overall, over all our response times, it's about 14 minutes and 46 seconds for us to be able to get to the average call for service, which in these critical situations is just unacceptable in my opinion. So the police department is in desperate need of increasing its ranks. 2 years ago, when I became police chief, I did a workload study and analysis which I submitted to the City Council at that time to document this in greater detail. It's attached to the staff report for your review. I'm confident that those numbers in 2018 terms, we determined that we needed a minimum of 52 police officers just to maintain the quality of life that we've come to expect here in Paso Robles, which would mean that at the very minimum, we would need to increase by approximately 15 police officers. On the high side of that, in 2018 numbers, to be able to keep up with attrition, we identified that number was probably closer to 57 or 58 police officers, just to be able to maintain those minimum efficiencies that we're looking for within the community. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. McKinley.
Thanks, Chief. Your Honor, members of the council, members of the listening public. We've heard loud and clear from the public that roads are very important. The first slide is we measure the condition of our roads with a PCI, a pavement condition rating. Literally, the company that comes to do that with their instruments goes block by block for the entire road. What we found is that, so just for the record, a brand new paved road like Spring Street, when it just gets done at 24th to 36, will be a 100. And the next day, the sun and the wind and things will start to deteriorate that number. A pretty good road is a 70 or an 80 out of 1 to 100, and a cruddy dirt road is a 0. And our average PCI rating right now in the community is about a 54. And with what we're doing, it's about holding even, but not really significantly increasing. Now, if we just paved your road, then in your neighborhood, it's higher than a 54, but this is the ongoing average over time, 33 million square miles of roads. So almost 56% of our roads are in fair or poor condition, and only 3.5% of our roads are in excellent condition. So next slide, please. So this was too hard to read, so we'll just go on from here. Next. So when we look at roads, there's the really big roads that you drive on the arterial streets, Union Road, Niblick, Creston, Spring Street, things like that. There's collectors, those are the medium-sized roads, and then residential streets. And by far, most of our roads are residential streets. Over 70% of all the roads in the community are residential streets. And we have about 350 lane miles of roads. So a 2-lane road that's a mile long is 2 lane miles of roads. We currently have a street maintenance crew of 4 people, and so that's a very large amount of roads per one. So if you look at the slide, you'll see that the arterial streets, the bigger streets, have a little bit better pavement condition than some of the others, as an average of a 56. And some part of that is because when the supplemental sales tax was approved in 2012, the council and the public worked together to identify that the first roads that should be rebuilt and repaired are the big arterial streets that everyone uses, and that eventually we would get to the residential neighborhood streets, which is where we're at right now in the process of implementing the 12-year supplemental sales tax. Next slide, please. So the key to remember on road maintenance is that if you let the road get really bad, it's very, very expensive to fix. If you have a road that's pretty good and you keep it good, then that's a very inexpensive way to maintain your roads. As an example, a few years back, Union Road got paved, it got resurfaced. And just in this week, Union Road got another wear surface put on the top called a slurry seal. That slurry seal will extend and make that paving work that we did a few years back on Union Road last longer and be more valuable for a very low cost per square foot. If we let a road get completely wiped out, 9th Street by the fire station, or a Jardine Road or Dry Creek Road, then we have to completely dig up that road down to the rock and rebuild it up. And so instead of $1, it's $6 to $14 for that same length of road if it's really, really bad. Next slide, please. So what we try to do is, if you can see the two versions, the top version is the program that we try to do, which is to get your roads good and then keep them good by a series of less expensive items. And you can see that over a 30-year period, that's about $2.38 a square foot cost for maintenance. On the chart below, it shows the version where you let your road get bad and you fix your bad roads first, but you let the road get all the way bad and then bring it back, and then almost all the way bad and bring it back. And for that same amount, over 26 years is almost $4 a square foot, significantly more expensive. So the question that I get asked all the time is, well, how do you decide what road to fix? So next slide, please. So what we do is called critical point management. So when a road is at a very cheap cost to fix, and if I wait one more year, then it's going to be a more expensive cost to fix, then I want to fix it when it's the cheapest to fix. And if a road is somewhere in the middle of bad, and I can keep it from getting really bad and make it a much cheaper repair, then that's how we select. And so we try to make your tax dollars, your supplemental sales tax dollars, do the best job they can and to go the farthest. So we try to squeeze the most out of each one. And a part of that is a system that tries to get roads good and keep them good. Because again, it's much more expensive to replace a road that you let go really bad. Next slide, please. So where are we at? So right now we have 4 sources of money to pay for roads. The most significant one, as you all know, and thank you voters, is the supplemental sales tax. And that was enacted in 2012, and it will expire in 2024. And so the voters would have an opportunity sometime between now and then to try to either renew that funding or maybe even add a little bit to that funding. At the current rate of spending that you can see on the chart, we are not keeping up. So if we keep spending the $5 million a year, our 54 average PCI will become a 49, or eventually a 41. Because we can't keep up. We have weather here that's very hot and very dry and very windy, and it just wipes out the black pavement. So what we would need to do to even stay even or get ahead is something more like $10 million a year. So about twice as much as we have. We do get some gas tax money from the state, but it's a very small amount. The state keeps almost all of the gas tax money. We get some Senate Bill 1 money, which is also a very small amount of money. And that's the funding source that the voters almost repealed 2 years ago. And then we use about $1.2 or $1.3 million a year from the general fund for our 4-person maintenance crew to repair stop signs that get run over, to patch potholes, to do some crack sealing, to fix some sidewalks, and all of the other urgent, at the moment kinds of services that we can do. Next slide. So on this map, and I know it's hard to see, but we have it on the website. This map shows for the 2012 supplemental sales tax, the roads in green, the big arterial streets primarily, are the roads that have been done so far. The roads in red, which you can see are a lot of residential neighborhood kinds of streets, as I said, we're getting to that part of the list, are the roads that are yet to be done in this coming 6 years that are left of the supplemental sales tax. There's a couple roads on here that are blue, and those are the roads that are done by traffic impact fees related to development. So next slide. So that completes the presentation on streets, and I think we're going to answer questions at the end.
Hi, this is Sarah Johnson-Rios. I'm going to talk briefly about a couple other potential uses of revenue should the the council and community desire. In addition to the core city service needs that have been described, the pandemic has created new needs not only in the city organization, but in the broader Paso Robles community. A portion of revenues from a potential ballot measure could be utilized to provide direct assistance to our community via economic development and social service funding. Economic development has already been established as one of Council's primary goals, and its time is now. The time is more critical than ever during the pandemic to begin our road to economic recovery. So this spring, the city completed COVID-19 impact surveys. Nearly 500 Paso businesses responded. Over 90% of businesses responding reported being impacted in some way. Over 2/3 reported that business was down by more than half. And again, that was in April and May, so those impacts have potentially increased. Proceeds in this area could be utilized to provide microloans or grants to local businesses impacted by the pandemic, which would help our local businesses and also help with the broader economic development goal of business retention to support Paso's broader economic recovery. Funds could also be used to continue efforts to diversify Paso's economic base in order to increase resiliency to future economic downturns. For example, funding a business accelerator or incubator could provide local business development and training to help new or existing businesses form or redefine themselves to remain valuable in the COVID-19 context. The area of social services has not been a traditional city function, but the pandemic has revealed some gaps in our societal safety net, and we have households in Paso that are struggling. Currently, there are some vital needs revealed by the pandemic that are not being adequately met by any level of government. The state's budget crisis means that the state and county are not going to be able to address this need in full, which has been their traditional responsibility. If our residents in need are going to be helped, it will be best achieved by the city working with nonprofits and volunteers. In a resident survey that the city completed this spring on COVID-19 impacts, over 1,800 residents responded. And at that time, my apologies. At that time, 43% of residents responding reported a loss of income due to COVID-19, and 34% reported challenges paying for housing or food. As the pandemic has continued, those impacts have likely also continued and possibly worsened. Should the council and community desire, proceeds could be utilized to provide direct housing payment assistance to households severely impacted by COVID-19, some of whom may be at risk of eviction once the state's prohibition expires. Proceeds could also be used to augment Paso residents' access to food security and to mental health services. In addition, we could continue to address the gap in broadband internet access. 17% of Paso households currently don't have access to broadband internet. This would ensure that students have access to distance learning and that residents have access to telehealth, for example. And I'll turn it back over to Mr. Frucci.
So as Sarah Johnson-Rios indicated, this spring we did a poll both of our businesses as well as of our residents, and that's part of a comprehensive process we've been doing to get an understanding of our residents and their beliefs and perceptions as to the quality of life in the community and what their needs are. So as the council remembers, back in 2017 and 16, we did a very comprehensive quality of life survey. And each year since then, we've done some additional polling. Next slide, please. So what are our respondents, what are our residents and businesses telling us are their top priorities? Well, we've clearly seen by the calls for service, one indication of their top priorities. But in terms of comparing what are the relative top priorities of our residents, we see that repairing roads and other local infrastructure improvements continues to be the #1 priority of our residents, even with the supplemental sales tax measure. So we know we've made progress, but not as much progress as our residents want us to make. In addition, the next highest priority consistently throughout our polling has been to maintain fire protection. And it's important to note they're not saying increase fire protection. They just want to ensure that we can maintain the level that we've had, because we know with the increasing calls for service, as both Chief Stornetta and Chief Lewis indicated, our response times are increasing, and the number of times that we don't have an available resource are also increasing. Fourth on that list is maintaining the quality of local services, and then fifth on that list is addressing homelessness. Next slide, please. So what are the ways in which we can increase the revenues to the city? As I indicated, only the voters can approve increases in taxes. We have three major tax sources for the city: sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and property taxes. And I'll go through options we might have in each of those three areas. Starting with sales tax, the current sales tax rate is 7.75%, and that's lower than the majority of cities in the state. And it's important to note that of that, we receive the 1%, which is the normal, plus the half-cent supplemental sales tax, which will expire in 2024. So normally we get only 1% out of that 7.75%. A 1 cent of sales tax generates about $10 million per year in our community. And a way to put that into perspective, for every $100 purchase, that's $1 in sales tax. Nobody likes paying taxes, but for a $100 purchase, that's only $1 in taxes. Even more importantly is 1/3 of that, in fact, more than 1/3 of that with the supplemental sales tax is paid for by visitors. So a significant portion of the sales tax we generate and a significant portion of that $10 million, if the voters were to approve a 1 cent increase, would be paid for by our visitors. And there are 7 cities in the county, and all cities but Pismo are considering a 1 cent sales tax increase for the November 2020 election. Next slide, please. All right, the second major revenue source for the city is transient occupancy tax. That's a hotel tax. The current rate is 10%, and the majority of cities and state are either at that level or above. Most tourist areas are above that level. And it's important for everyone to know that all of that is paid for by visitors. None of it is paid for by residents. It's also important to note that our visitors already pay a significant amount to us. So any visitor who stays in one of our hotel rooms for a weekend pays more in TOT than a single family residence pays in property taxes and sales taxes for an entire month. So people who come here, visit here, spend a weekend here, enjoy what we have to offer, but then go home, are paying more in taxes than a single family residence in a month and using much less in services. A 1% increase in our TOT would generate up to $650,000 per year. And Pismo Beach, the only city that's not considering a 1 cent sales tax increase, has already voted, their council's already voted to put a 2% TOT increase on the November 2020 ballot. The problem for us with transient occupancy tax is it really doesn't generate that much money, whereas a 1 cent increase on sales tax generates $5 million a year. A 1% increase in TOT generates up to $650,000 per year. It'll be significantly less than that this year, and as long as the pandemic lasts, because of the restriction in the number of tourists that are visiting our city. Next slide, please. And then the final of the 3 major taxing sources that the city receives are property tax. And the ability of us to increase property tax is extremely limited by Prop 13 and other propositions that the voters have approved. And essentially, the only way we can increase property taxes is by issuing general obligation bonds. And those tend to be used for one-time infrastructure. So the bond would be issued to generate one-time money that could be used to build infrastructure, and then it's paid back by property taxes over time. So City Hall and the Public Safety Center are both examples of structures in the city that were built with the assistance of GO bonds. Because our needs right now are for ongoing services in priority areas, an increase in property tax is not really a realistic option. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we've tried to give you an introduction to the demand for services that we're facing, the restriction we have in revenues and increases in revenues, and to give you some options that you might want to consider and give us direction on to come back to you on at your next meeting on July 21st. That would be the last opportunity the council would have to direct that a ballot measure be placed on the November 2020 ballot. And with that, we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. A lot of information, but information that we have to digest in order to make a good decision here. One thing I want to underscore again, because I'm sure that I and the rest of the council members have had discussions with members of the public regarding this particular issue. And for anyone who labors under the delusion that we set the tax, that is not the case. The city council cannot set the sales tax. All we can do is ask the people to decide if they will do that. So I just want to make that clear at the outset. So let's go through our council questions of staff. We do have several callers waiting online for public comment. I want to get to them as quickly as possible. They've been hanging on for a long time. Let's start with questions of staff with Councilwoman Garcia.
No question, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yes, I have a question for Tom. Can you clarify? I have received a couple of emails from the public. They think that this is raising their property tax. This is not a consideration of that. Can you clarify that question, please?
I'll be glad to. So as I indicated, there are three major taxes that could be thought of and could be taken to the voters. The one that really makes no sense in this situation would be a property tax increase. And so regardless of what happens with the split roll measure that's also on the ballot November, there would be no increase in property taxes for either residential structures or for commercial structures based on any request the council may take to the voters.
So to be clear, there is no possibility of raising the property tax with any action by our council.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Tom, you might want to refresh everybody in the public about the amount of budget that we did cut recently. Our new budget starting January or July 1 is what essentially including our reserves that we're using about $7 million.
Yes, sir. So we made budget reductions that totaled over $11 million. Some of that was by deferring some expenses like some capital projects. Some of that was reducing expenses on an ongoing basis. And then, as you indicated, some of that is drawing down our reserves. And that's something that cities do only very advisedly because, as was clearly the case, we lost $5 million just in the last 4 months of last year. If the pandemic hangs around, we could be losing $5 million every quarter this year. So we have to be very careful when we draw down reserves.
Exactly. And I think, again, we need to make the case with the public of what we're doing to tighten our belt. And we're asking, or we'll be asking probably our staff to take pay cuts or some sort of a help to keep the budget in line and yet still produce services that are requested and needed. And I think that's a big critical point here is that we need to make the case to the public that it is something that we need, not want. And the other thing is we didn't really speak of is the length of term. I know when we went through this iteration on our streets back in 2010 or so, we made a stipulation that we would do it for only 12 years. And has there been any discussion with regard to if we do propose this, how long it would be, and would it be a sunset, or what kind of a thought are we going after here?
So that would be totally up to the council. The best advice we can give you is to give the voters, since they're the ones who their vote's necessary in order to increase the tax, give them total control as to when that tax should be ended. So instead of setting a term, if the voters so chose to approve a tax increase in November, then they could end it every 2 years based on how they saw we used their money. So one additional feature that we would recommend is that we expand the role of the Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee to cover any approval of a tax increase in November. And the purpose of that committee is to bring outside eyes, citizen eyes, to every penny we spend to ensure that it's spent for what the voters intended and it didn't supplant money that otherwise would have been spent from the general fund. That's not a game we're going to be playing. And in addition to include people from throughout the community, some of whom maybe voted for the measure, some of whom maybe voted against the measure, but to ensure that we have a broad spectrum of people on the committee to review what we use the funds for and make any necessary recommendations to council. And if at any point they thought that the money was not being used appropriately, then they themselves could go to council with a recommended resolution to go to the voters to end that tax.
Yeah, agreed. Again, this whole issue again is the for the public. They're the ones that are going to have to approve this, not us. But on the other hand, I think we need to make again the case that our city, as far as Paso Robles, is one of the least expensive, you might say, as far as taxed to the public. And with all the increases that's going to happen here with COVID and just in general the economy, I think in the next year or two. We're certainly going to need some help to keep the services required. Either that or it's going to be basically reduced. I mean, we already had testimony from both police and fire chiefs that, the response times are not really what we want to see already, let alone moving forward, what they're going to do to people when they call and no one's coming. These are things that, again, in my mind, police, fire and sewer and water are the main issues that we should be providing for safety, basically, and that reduces back down to the minimums for me. But I think that's all I had as far as questions right now.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And only questions, no comments. The statement was made that 1/3 plus of a sales tax is paid by visitors, but how much, do we have any idea how much of it is paid by non-city residents? Because our zip code, we're less than 50%, probably only about 40% of the population of the zip code.
We do not know that, but we also know that we have sales tax leakage and that our residents purchase goods in other cities. And in general, given the nature of our community, I would expect those two would balance out.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. These are questions posed to me by the community. First of all, we have a pretty optimistic community. Folks have contacted me saying they fully expect that when the pandemic comes to an end, however it comes to an end, that we're going to bounce back pretty quickly. And the comment that is made to me is, well, revenues will return to normal, so why do we need this if it returns to normal? Can you comment on how the short-term impact of lost revenues affects downstream operations?
Yes, sir. So there are several things. If you think about a line slowly going up, which is our revenue projection line, what happens when that takes a dip, and the pandemic is certainly a huge dip in that line, is that even if after that dip's over, it continues to increase at the same rate, you're way behind. So you've never caught up to the revenues that you lost during the dip, and your revenues are always lower. So that's fact number one. Fact number two is that I'm not sure that we are going to recover that quickly. Unfortunately, our sales tax consultant, HDL, indicates that our best planning model is to assume roughly 10 months of recovery for every month of downturn. So we've now had 4 months of downturn. That's a good 3 years before the economy would recover, even if there are no additional months of downturn. So it's an unfortunate situation that the structural deficits and structural disadvantages we had before the pandemic started are being exacerbated by the pandemic, and the recovery will be very difficult.
Okay, and I also had a question from a constituent asking why we wouldn't propose a dedicated tax measure and basically silo the funds. For instance, okay, if you're going to ask for a 1% sales tax override, stipulate in the ballot measure that 60% of that would go to roads, 30% would go to public safety, et cetera, et cetera. What are the ramifications of that type of strategy?
So that's certainly an option. And just so that everybody has the same baseline of knowledge, what's called a general tax measure, which means it can be used for whatever the council and future councils consider the highest priorities, requires a 50% plus one approval vote in order to pass. A special tax measure under the Constitution of the State of California, which is a measure that says the taxes can be used only for A or only for A and B, but in any event, it specifies absolutely clearly what they can be used for, requires a 2/3 plus one approval vote. And that's a very high standard to achieve in a plural, a community with many different viewpoints. And not that that isn't valid, but there's an extreme disadvantage of a special tax measure, and that is as things change, the council doesn't have the ability to redirect money. So for instance, none of us could have predicted this pandemic. None of us could have predicted that we would have so many residents who are hurting right now with no way of being assisted. With a specific tax measure, there's nothing we could do to help them. So that's a huge advantage of a general tax measure. It's not as though the voters don't have really the ultimate control, because they're the ones who elect council members. And if the council members of a future council were to try to use funds for something that the public didn't feel was a high priority, number one, the public can initiate a ballot measure to end the tax, or number two, the public can vote those council members out of office. So we believe that the public does retain control, and a general tax measure is the best way to do that.
Very good, thank you. So before we get to public comment, one more pass with the council. Any further questions of staff? Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
Maybe an additional comment and question for the transient TOT. Tom, you were basically saying that Pismo is considering a 2%. Right now we're at 10. Do you know what the other areas around us are currently? Again, what I wanted to make sure is that we're competitive, yet to me that might be a better way to divert some of the load off of our residents onto our people that are visiting.
So most of the communities in the county are at 10, same as we are. I believe Morro Bay is slightly higher, and Pismo would be higher if this tax measure is approved.
Okay, I think that's something we need to talk about when we get into discussion. Thank you.
Councilman Strong?
No more questions.
No more questions.
Very good, thank you. Let's go to public comment. I have a list of people who have been hanging on very patiently. Let's start with Mr. Stephen Smith. Mr. Smith, are you with us, sir?
Yeah, thank you for letting me talk to you guys. You guys answered most of my questions as you guys were going along. It's just now, like you said, is a really bad time for increases when everybody's losing money and taking pay cuts and not working and losing their jobs. I just wish there was another way that it could be done. That's all.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Jonathan Gannon. Mr. Gannon, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate giving me a moment to talk. I am a Paso Robles resident. I've been a North County resident for over 30 years. My family has had businesses in Paso for over 30 years, and I own and operate a restaurant that we've had for over 13 years. So we have a lot of business experience and been through a lot with the city. And while I definitely see the need for police, fire, weed abatement, homeless problems, all of these issues that we're all facing, I disagree with the need for an increase in sales tax, especially at a time like this. Us having a restaurant currently, as you know, it's been volatile, rocky, sales all over the place. A few months back, we were debating whether we needed to shut down. Thankfully, we were helped with the PPP loan, and that's helped to keep us afloat. And I know a lot of other businesses and restaurants are in the same boat as we are. However, we are also seeing major increases in food costs, transportation costs, all types of things really piling up on us right now. So our margins have really never been lower, and our sales have never been more sporadic than what we're seeing now. So for us, for me, 1% sales tax increase, like everybody's going to do, when we go out, when we spend money, that needs to be passed on to the customers. And so I think that we're going to see increased prices because of the food prices and increased labor costs and things like that. And when you have that on top of additional taxes getting passed on to the customer, I think that it makes it very difficult for people to justify going out and spending money, especially in the areas like food, travel, things like that. I like that Paso Robles is a more affordable choice for many people in the state, and that we have a growing wine business, hotel business, great restaurants, et cetera. And I'd like to see us stay that way and stay a affordable option for people coming from the north and south. I definitely, like I said, understand the need and the shortfalls with the budget. I totally understand completely, but we've all had to take major concessions, pay cuts, disruptions in our lives, et cetera, over the past few months. And so I would like to see if there was any other way for us to raise that as opposed to an additional tax on us. I understand that 1/3 of that is being paid by people outside of the area, but that still leaves 2/3 of that money being burdened with the residents of Paso Robles who are already having a tough time. So that was it. Thank you very much for giving me a moment.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next, we have Desiree Harris. Desiree, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Welcome. I can. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, so I am a lifetime resident of Paso Robles, and I just kind of wanted to address some things that I actually brought up 2 years ago on this same matter. So the voters actually voted no to a general sales tax back in November 2018, keeping in mind that that lost with a 71.19% voting against. And that was at just 0.5%. Taking a look back at some of the city's records, I see that the decline in sales tax revenue, or even the leveling out of the sales tax revenue, was identified in the 10-year forecast as early as last year before this even occurred. I think you're not going to find that the public is wanting to support such a measure, given the fact that we've had the 0.5% and failed to see, I guess, the best use of that money, even with that being a special sales tax, not seeing consistent oversight of that money without having consistent oversight meetings when I went back and I checked the records. It's also important to point out that the sales tax in the unincorporated, or the TOT tax in the unincorporated areas of the county, are 11% and above. Yes, some of the cities have smaller, but they also don't depend so much on tourism. I think that is an area that we cannot just overlook. I think it's something that you should be exploring alongside the sales tax versus just ignoring it completely, especially being that if you're just outside the city lines, you are paying that higher amount. And it's also important to recognize that the largest employers in this county are government. And that means that you're seeing your constituents losing or also taking those pay cuts. And honestly, I would find it very hard-pressed to find enough supportive documentation to prove that 1/3 of the sales tax is actually paid by tourists when you're having your constituents buying larger ticket items. So I think it's important to consider the other options available. Thank you.
Next, we have Tom DeFossis online. Is that the correct pronunciation, sir?
Yeah, close enough. Yeah. Again, thank you. I've actually been on hold for quite a while. I've been listening in on it. Agreeing with just about everybody else that's been on the line here. I see as a business owner in town, this is going to create competition problems. I'm in the construction industry. People are going to start shopping online for stuff. You're going to end up losing tax revenue for this kind of thing. You have that. And then I really have a hard time hearing, but by no means do I want to see any reduction in the quality of fire, police. I mean, they do an excellent job. There's no question about that. And I don't want to see that service decline either. But there are definitely places that the city can cut. We've had roads here for, I don't know, close to 75 years, 80 years that are paved. And it seems like it's only been like the past 10 or 12 where somebody forgot to maintain them. So, those kind of things that they need to be maintained. But if a road's trashed, until we're out of this economic problem, let them go to hell and maintain the stuff that we have, use the money correctly. But it's basically we're in a recession, so it's time to buckle down and stop spending money and use it exactly where we need it rather than trying to expand services. And the other thing I thought I'd mention as far as police and fire and whatnot go, if our demand is that high, our communities, it's a pretty close-knit community. I think if there was some kind of a small advertising campaign to maybe ask people to reduce frivolous calls, that might help out in that department as well. I think everything I was going to say has been said, but I think there's definitely room to make cuts and or go for other areas that won't affect the direct sales in the area. I think it's only going to hurt us. I know for a fact that a large part of my customer base will look elsewhere. So anyhow, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Aaron Berg. Aaron, are you with us?
I'm here.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me on tonight. I wanted to call in like the callers before me and just voice my opposition to a tax increase. Right now, the county unemployment rate is 13%, and this is probably going to increase again as the shutdowns inevitably resume. And the last thing that Paso Robles residents and business owners need during this health and economic crisis is a higher tax burden. It's just another added cost to our increasingly tight budgets. The regressive nature of sales taxes also hits the poorest residents the worst. And, even if we're talking about a transient occupancy tax, that would translate to tourists spending less money in our local economy in the long run. If they're paying more in taxes when they're here, they have less money to spend at our local businesses. I recognize that the city is aiming to use the funds for community service, and I certainly don't want to see those services go away. But at this time, I just believe that the money would be most beneficial kept in the pockets of Paso Robles residents to feed their families and spend in the local economy as they see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next, we have Sally Reynolds. Sally, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Welcome. I agree with all previous speakers. I don't think this is the time to ask for an increase. I do support emergency services. I do support the police department. But People are hurting right now. It's not just the city that needs money. It's the residents that are going to food banks to get food. It has impacted residents a lot. And I don't think this is the time to ask for any kind of an increase. People are just trying to get by. They're just trying to make their rental or a mortgage payment and put food on the table. So I think this is not the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have no one else on my list. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. I have a list of questions here. There was, I think, several broad themes that get repeated. First of all, I think everybody agrees that we don't want to reduce services. I didn't hear anybody say, you know, let the police department go, let the fire department go. Nobody said that. Everybody wants to preserve services. But another common theme is people are saying either explicitly or implicitly, isn't there another way to raise this money? So I've asked the city manager to give us sort of a real short breakdown on how the city makes money. How do we get money in the door?
Thank you, Your Honor. The city's accounting is separated into several categories. We have the water fund, which is an enterprise and separate. We have the wastewater fund, which is an enterprise and separate. And those are paid for out of the rates that people pay to use water and wastewater. We have the airport enterprise fund, and that's paid by the businesses and the users of the airport. Other than a few other small funds, the city's resources are part of what's called the general fund. And the general fund is where all taxes, sales tax, property tax, and TOT taxes currently go. And it supports all of the general services the city offers. So when the council adopts a budget, it has the ability to say, if we have X dollars in general funds, here's how we're going to allocate those to the services being requested by our residents. And as we often talk about, that's a very difficult process for the council because it's not as though the money needs to be allocated to good services and taken away from bad services. At this point in the city's structural deficit problems, every service that remains is something that citizens are demanding. And so it's really the council having to allocate money, a shrinking pot of money against vital and essential services. The primary source of those revenues for the general fund are the three taxes we talked about. There are also other sources of funds, such as fees for service, such as the gas tax money that comes in from the state. But by and large, the three primary taxes are the source of the general funds the council has available to pay for the services demanded by the residents.
So sales tax, property tax, and TOT are our major revenue sources in the city. Is there anything that other cities do to raise money that we're not or could do? I mean, can we go out and like sell lemonade on the street corner or something?
So we are restricted. We can't essentially compete with the private sectors. So most things we can do that would generate net revenues, we can't do. So we are not allowed, for example, to charge a fee for service that exceeds the cost of providing that service. So when someone comes in for a building permit and needs the plans approved and an inspector to come out and inspect to make sure the builder's doing what the builder's supposed to be doing, we can charge less than the cost of providing those services, but we cannot charge more. So the city really has very little opportunity to make a profit.
Can we set the tax? Can we set the tax rates?
You cannot set the tax rates, no, sir.
So we can set fees, but those fees are based on actual cost of providing the service. So we're not actually making money on that. We're covering the cost of providing those services. And general fund services, such as public safety, such as economic development, such as street funds, things like that, they come from basically those three primary sources.
Correct.
Okay, so, okay, just want to make sure. So if I say, isn't there somewhere else you can get the money? The answer is basically no.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There was a comment made about the oversight of the expenditures on our sales tax override, the half cent that's in place right now. Concern that possibly that had not been overseen well enough and had not been spent appropriately. Could you give us a thumbnail sketch of how that oversight is carried out?
Yes, so both the Finance Department and the Public Works Department take data to that committee, and the data includes all of the projects that we've undertaken that people can see what's been done, and we give the committee the exact, essentially what's based on the invoices we get from the contractors to do the work, and then the Finance Department provides the revenues that were generated by the supplemental sales tax. And the caller is absolutely correct. There have been quarters when the sales tax committee has not had a quorum and hasn't met, and that's for one primary reason. They're bored to tears because every single quarter we've provided the data. Every single quarter we've spent more money on streets than the money was generated by the supplemental sales tax. There has yet to be, in all 8 years since we started this, there has yet to be ever an issue that the supplemental sales tax committee essentially said, whoa, something isn't right here. We have to go to council and make a recommendation for change. So I'd be bored if I were on that committee too, because they're a very well-meaning group that hasn't had much to do based on, and I give staff and the council a lot of credit, money has been spent exactly where we told the voters we would spend it.
And if we decide to put this on the ballot for the people to vote on, and the people decide to pass this, the same type of oversight would be exercised?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's a question about the sources of our information regarding visitors generating 1/3 of the sales tax in the city. Can you tell us where you got those numbers?
Sure. So the caller is right in that it's not an easy process of calculating that. And so that's why we gave the number as approximately 1/3, in fact, slightly more. And we base that on a variety of sources. So, for instance, we know based on TOT how many people are here for how many nights. And we know based on studies that have been done in this county and elsewhere what the average amount of expenditures by visitors is on goods and services that do generate sales tax. We also have comparable studies that have been done by other cities. And so can I swear to you it's exactly 33%? No. And I would not do that, but that's the best estimate, and we have a fairly high level of confidence that that's reasonably right.
Thank you. I'm sure that we've all heard this, and we have all subscribed to this when we say now's the time to buckle down and stop spending money. What is our annual general fund? The general fund is what pays for police and fire and these things we're talking about. What is our annual general fund in a non-pandemic year?
The total of all taxes and other revenues that go to the general fund, excluding interfund transfers, which muddy things up, is less than $40 million.
Okay, so in the neighborhood of $40 million a year has been our general fund expenditure for those critical sources that everyone says they don't want to have reduced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so since the pandemic has hit and sales tax has taken a dip and TOT has taken a dip, and how much of that 40 million have we cut out for the next 2 years?
So the budget for the 1920 year had already been adopted, and our projection is that we lost $5.1 million of projected revenue in the general fund just in the last 4 months of the year due to the pandemic. And in order to maintain the 30% general fund reserve balance by the end of fiscal year 2021, the council cut $7.2 million from the recommended budget and also took $5.7 million from reserves to make up the shortfall, so that total shortfall was would otherwise have been $12.9 million.
$12.9 million. So that's a substantial percentage of the general fund. I would classify that as buckling down. I want to emphasize again, as we look at these alternatives and we look at these realities, one of the strategies that we would be irresponsible not to pursue would be to ask the electorate if they would allow for additional revenues. But we cannot do that unilaterally. The city council cannot pass a resolution tonight or any night saying that sales tax is going up.
So a little bit of history. Before Proposition 13, which was passed in the 1970s, city councils in every city in the state would, when they looked at their budget, decide what services they wanted to offer. They would calculate how much those services would cost, and then they would set the property tax rate or the sales tax rate such that it would generate the revenues necessary to provide those services. And there were some cities that did that very liberally. And that's what led to the voter revolt that led to Proposition 13. The city councils in the city of Paso Robles, however, were very conservative, just as this council is, just as our community expects you to be. And we do not spend money frivolously. We don't spend a dime when a nickel would do. And so just prior to the passage of Proposition 13, the city was very fiscally sound, very fiscally conservative, and as a result was considered what's called a no or low property tax city. What happened when Proposition 13 was passed is it essentially froze property tax rates and sales tax rates and other rates cities statewide. And those cities that had been essentially more liberal with their spending had a higher base to start with than did Paso Robles. And so ever since then, we've inherited that fiscal conservatism and the structural issues that I talked about have required us to be even more conservative. And that's why we've continued to fall behind in our streets, in our fire, in our police services.
So you mentioned, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and the council has no ability to solve that problem. That's a problem that only the voters can solve.
So you mentioned reserves. We've been pretty proud of the fact that we've kept pretty substantial reserves over the years. Why don't we just spend that down and not ask for a tax increase?
So our reserves serve several important functions. They're like a savings account that any of us as family members and heads of families keep. And so they're there, number one, to provide for when a big expenditure occurs. And so we save up our money in our reserves so that when a big expenditure is needed, we've got the funds to do it. We don't have to go out and borrow. That's one use. Second use is cash flow. As we talked about earlier tonight, we just had to write a check for $5.3 million for the Nasi pipeline and Nasi water. Well, unless we've been collecting money and saving it up in the prior 12 months, we're not going to have that $5.3 million to write. Now, that was out of the water fund, but it comes from water fund reserves, and the concept's exactly the same for the general fund. The third use of the reserves is when we do borrow money, and we do that very carefully. We have a very low debt ratio, but when we do borrow money, the people who lend us money require that we have money in reserves for the bond. Essentially, they're called the bond covenants, and they require some of our current lenders are requiring that we have a minimum of 20% reserves. So that's a third use. A fourth use is exactly what the council is doing this year, so that when we have a financial crisis, we have the ability to cushion some of the blow that would otherwise occur. And so we didn't have to lay off police officers. We didn't have to lay off firefighters yet, because the council felt it was absolutely necessary and appropriate to use reserves. The challenge that the council faced this spring with the pandemic is if we do spend down a significant portion of reserves when we don't know how long the pandemic is going to last, that's one risk. But in addition, the pandemic has in no way increased or decreased the other risks that we face. We're overdue for an earthquake. We're overdue for a major fire. The fire we had that was on Capitol Hill, thank heavens, was relatively small, but we're still at risk of a major wildland fire, either coming from the west or starting in the river bottom. And so if we were to use up our reserves to handle the pandemic, unfortunately, the way the world of probabilities works, since that doesn't decrease the risk of any of those other disasters, we may also get hit by another disaster. And so the council has appropriately been very conservative in its expenditures and also very conservative in its use of reserves to make sure that we have the ability to fund things when absolutely necessary.
Thank you. Okay, Council. Maria, your turn.
There's a lot to take in, and we have a lot of decisions to make. I know that safety for sure is our main concern for our community, and we just need to figure out how we're going to do this. And I hope that all the residents will think about this and think about all the services that the city provides. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Hi, thank you, Steve. So, Tom, I have a question for you. On a half-cent sales tax, how much would that cost a typical family a month in Paso Robles?
So the typical family in Paso Robles has household income of about $40,000 to $50,000. Let's use $50,000 in rough terms. So that's annual income. And most of our residents are paying at least half, if not 2/3 of their income for the basic expenses of living. So their mortgage or their rental payments plus their utilities. And so if that's half, then that leaves $25,000 for expenditures, and that's probably high. So let's go with $20,000. A lot of that is spent on food at grocery stores for which we don't pay sales tax, and other non-sales tax expenditures. A lot of that is paid for loan repayments on things that have been purchased on credit, so those don't incur sales tax other than the original purchase. So let's say we're down to approximately $5,000 of discretionary income that isn't used for education or any of the other things we've talked about. So at 1%, since that's all we get, and then plus the half-cent supplemental, that's $50 that comes to the city in sales tax, or $75 with the supplemental sales tax.
So for every $100 that a family spends, if we increase this half-cent sales tax, it would cost 50 cents for every $100. Is that correct?
If it was a half-cent sales tax measure, yes, sir, it'd be 50 cents. If it was a 1 cent sales tax measure, it'd be $1.
For every $100.
Correct.
Okay, and then in my calculations from the COVID costs in the budget, we've seen a reduction of about 32% of our income. And so we're having to make that up with pulling money out of the bank and cutting services, correct?
That is correct.
So here are our choices that the public needs to hear, is that if we do not find another source of income, our roads will start deteriorating, our services are going to decline. And if you want to talk about a tough way to go for attracting tourists, you start having, we already have enough comments from tourists saying how bad our roads are and problems like that. But if we don't do something and we start deteriorating in services and roads, we're gonna start declining in our compatibility or competitiveness to attract tourists. And we don't have the luxury of the excess dollars like San Luis Obispo does. We're having to fight for every penny, for every service, and we're already reducing services. And if we don't get help somewhere, we're going to have to reduce our police and fire, and that's the last thing we want to do. And we cannot deplete our reserves to a point where it becomes counterproductive to operate the city, to get funding for special needs or for emergencies.
If we get a reputation for being a city where the roads are so bad you can't drive, or an unsafe city, it's not just tourists that'll stop coming here. We will not be able to attract businesses. We will not be able to attract higher paying jobs. So I am absolutely sympathetic to the people who spoke and others who have contacted us saying, well, this is not the time to increase taxes. And I respectfully disagree. This is absolutely the time where we all have to double down. We all have to say, for the long-term health of our community, here's the time where we have to invest in the community and invest in the services we provide and the safety we offer in order for the long-term trend for the city to be a positive one, where we can be economically competitive and not fall behind. Economic development is an incredibly competitive field, and we were doing so well before the pandemic. If we lose our way now, if we fall back, not only actually, but in relationship to the cities and the areas we compete against, it'll be even more years and years before we can recover. So I'm very sympathetic, but I just feel that even though we're all hurting, this is a time where we need to invest in our community.
I think we just have to consider something. One of the things that I sit on the tax supplemental tax committee as an advisor to the council, from the council, and we have spent pretty much maybe $5 or $6 million more dollars that we've taken in for the asset sales tax, or maybe even more, because of the good work of Ditas and Dick McKinley's department. So all the money we raised in the asset sales tax when it was supposed to be, because it has a committee to advise and look at those funds. The school district just did it for their bond money. So they have basically it's a quality of assurance and a quality that the money is being spent in the right places. And I firmly believe that if the people that are really concerned would participate with us and see the need and see what happens with the funds, that those funds would be spent in the proper places. And those proper places for us are police, fire, and roads. And I think that the public needs to stand up and listen to this, because it's not an unfair tax. It is the fairest tax that anybody could give, because it's for everybody. I call it a Milton Friedman tax. Yes, it is a tax, but we need to do something. We do not want to see our police and fire departments reduce their services. I don't want to see our roads start going backwards again. We're just getting to the point where we're getting that spot. So I think the public needs to reach out and talk with us and meet with us about this, because this is a very serious matter. We're talking about the future of our city. It's a beautiful town. Everybody loves living here. We're all hurting. We're all having problems. We're all having problems with our business. But we need to buckle down and figure out a way to save our town and keep it at a level of service. I'm so proud of our police department and our fire department and how they've operated. I do not want to lose any of their abilities to protect us. And that's what we do as a council. And the public needs to help us get to the point where we can maintain these folks and keep them here and keep us safe. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, in review, back in 2010, I think it was 2009, and then 10, we actually voted. Back the day then, we made the case and people stepped up within our city to vote for the half-cent sales tax. We promised that every penny would be used toward streets. As we promised, we've delivered, we've done it. I don't know what we would have done without that to this point. 10 years later, the thing I'm bringing that up for is that in another 2 years it sunsets. So we have another 2 years of revenue essentially that could come from that single half-cent sales tax, which is what, 400,000 to 500,000 a year. I mean, 4 to 5 million a year that we will not see after 2022. The other thing I think we need to bring up is that, I've always stressed this, that we need to live within our means. Our means was just reviewed basically that we have three ways: property tax, sales tax, TOT. Only the Roblins pay for property tax. The sales tax is shared. We have, of course, Roblins paying, and also all of our visitors and all of the county people that come in and spend their dollars here within our city limits. The third one is the visitors on the TOT. And that's an area that I think we need to talk about further. Tom, question on that is that can that be folded into this tax measure as well? Or how does that work with regard to TOT directly?
So you want to have Kimberly answer in more depth than I can because it's a legal issue, but each ballot measure can address only one issue.
Yeah.
So we could not have a ballot measure that addressed both sales tax and TOT.
Okay, that's what I thought. I remember this before where we had to have separate kind of a asking, you might say, and I think that definitely is something we need to bring back as we go forward with this issue. Again, living within our means. It's if we don't have the means, then obviously everybody's going to have to realize that the services are not going to be what they are now. And if that's what they want, that's their vote. All we can do is put it up there to have them discuss it and among their own families and figure it out. Again, the term of the length of term or that sunsets, whatever, is something I think we should discuss too next time around when you bring this back. The other thing too that we talked about years ago was cost recovery. And when we were on the fire department, we actually talked about it a lot, never really did anything about it. And that was call for service. In other words, medical aids, fire calls, insurance is there from the particular person that we service is usually in place. We have never gone after that source of revenue. So maybe Jonathan can explain, why we didn't do it in the past. Maybe we can look at it again. What's the thought? I don't want to, blindside you, Jonathan, but it is an option, truly, to help our firefighters stay where they are.
So we'll just start with the fees that we do have in place. So we do have fees for extraordinary responses, and we charge for such responses as DUIs. And then we have, so with that, there's an hourly engine rate. It's $406 an hour. And I know, I don't want to speak for Chief Lewis, but he does have the same for DUI responses, investigations, and things like that. As far as charging the residents for medical response, lift assist, and calls such as that, I am unaware of any department that charges for that. And I'm unsure if there's some type of legal parameters that are associated with that. But I guess one of the kind of the ethical things we have to think about, or at least consider, is they are paying property taxes for our service, and then we're going to double charge them by charging them for us responding to the residents. But maybe that's a question, Kimberly and I can look into a little more. I don't know if Kimberly would have an answer to that right now, but I'm unaware of any fire departments that charge for that service.
No, I probably not. I mean, obviously that's what you're there for. On the other hand, I do know from our previous investigations many years ago that insurance expects to have some sort of a bill sent to them. I know that currently we charge businesses in town for fire inspections, things like that, and you would think that would be included as well. That's a service that they're paying for. So it's not out of line to at least explore that as a revenue source. I mean, I'm looking for every way that we can keep the residents from having to pay for as much as they are going to have to pay for. And if that's another avenue we can discuss and uncover, why not? Okay. That's, I think, all I have, Mr. Mayor, at this point.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And lots been said, but no matter what we say here, the public is going to look at whatever action we take, especially if we put this on the ballot, as the city council is raising our taxes. There's going to be a segment of the public that will see it that way, even though that's not what we're doing. And they won't understand that the sales tax is something that really we pay very small percentage of locally. And I'll tell you why. We have an average income in this city that is below the average for the general area, which means that we do not have a highly affluent city. It's becoming more affluent, but it's not at the moment. Sales tax is something you pay on non-essential items. So what do you pay it on? You pay it on restaurant meals. You pay it on, for instance, paper plates or even, oddly enough, dishes. You pay it on furniture. You pay it on appliances. You pay it on your automobiles or vehicles. And you pay it on clothing, some of which obviously we consider essential, but it's still considered something that's not essential to life. You don't pay it on food that is basic food for nutrition. You do pay it on alcoholic beverages. And who comes in and buys those big items? It's not just our people here locally. If you already are a resident and you don't have spendable income, you don't go out and buy new appliances. You don't go out and buy new furniture. You limit the amount of new clothing you buy. Jewelry you don't buy, which is a luxury and sales tax item, etc. Who does buy that? Well, those who have the spendable income. And our market area for our city, because we are a center of a large area. We're not typical. We draw our consumers rather than our tourists. And by the way, the tourist figure of 1/3 is probably low, because those businesses here that have tracked where their purchases are made, they ask for the zip code of people who make major purchases that are taxable. And approximately 40% in some of the surveys that those stores did, such as Big Five as an example, showed 40% of their taxable sales were from people outside of this zip code. So in fact, we draw all the way from beyond King City, where some of our major purchases, Cambria area, southern Monterey County, all the way out to the I-5 to the east. And then we don't go very far south, because now you have Atascadero, then you have San Luis Obispo, and they have major shopping available. But for those north, east, and west of us, we are where the highway goes. We are the place they come to. If we stop the tourism, all of a sudden some of those stores are going to disappear because they won't be able to make it. And if they can't make it and they go away, so does our sales tax revenue. And then who has to pay for the services? Then we have to stay within whatever we get for property tax and whatever we get for transient occupancy tax, which is going to go way down. And there we are. There isn't any more. There isn't any place to get money. We're not a charter city. And even charter cities have to go to the voters in order to put a tax on things. And some of them do tax utilities. They tax your property transfers. They tax a lot of things that we can't tax because we are a general law city. But even if we were a charter city, in order to do any of those taxes, we still would have to say, Mr. Citizen, Mr. Voter, do you want to pay this kind of a tax to pay for some of your services? And if we pass this, and I'm reasonably certain that's what we're going to have to do, because we have to face one reality. Either we try to ask the people, do you want to pay for your services? And we have cut it just about to the bone now. And in order to maintain what we have now, we're going to have to find a place to get some money. And that's about the only place available right now. So if you're not planning on buying a new vehicle, new appliances, furniture, a lot of jewelry, probably you're not going to pay much of this tax. Because if you're very marginal income, you're not going to buy any of those items. You're going to pay your utilities, you're going to pay your rent and house payment, you're going to pay your food, and you're going to pay fuel for your vehicle to get to where you have to go. And those are the basic things that you have to have. And you're not going to spend a whole lot on the sales tax. But I think realistically, we know that we have to at least ask if people are willing to pay for the services and to keep them at the current level. And that's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are no other council comments or thoughts, I would entertain a motion.
Are we making a motion or take recommendation?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Are we making a motion or request to bring back information?
I was entertaining a motion. The type of motion is up to the maker.
All right. Go ahead, Tom. Can I ask you that question?
Sure. So as the mayor indicates, you have full range of what you can direct us to do. We did make a recommendation on this item, and that was to direct staff to return to the council on July 21st with a full analysis and recommendation concerning a 1-cent sales tax measure for the November 2020 ballot. And that would also include guidance, include the specific wording, but that would include also assurance of oversight and accountability, number one, assurance of local control so that the state couldn't take the money away from us, and address the term issue that Councilmember Hammond was talking about. There are two major options. One is you specify a term, as we did, the voters did in 2012, and they specified 12 years, so that will expire in 2024. Or as I indicated, you give the full control to the voters. They say when it goes into effect, and they say when it ends. And so we can bring back both those options, or you can direct us tonight as to which option you want us to pursue.
All right. So I'll take it. I make a motion. Go ahead and have bring back.
Steve, you're garbled. We can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, Mr. Gregory's breaking up terribly.
Is this better? Is that better?
Yes.
So I make a motion that we have the staff bring back the information about a potential 1-cent supplemental sales tax with an ad hoc committee from the community to assure that the funds are spent in police and fire and roads. I'm just going to use those items because those are the most critical things for us, I believe. And I'll leave my motion like that because I have another motion I want to make too.
I'll second that with an amendment. And that amendment is that the Oversight Committee look at the percentages according to the percentages presented tonight as to the needs of our basic services.
Mr. Mayor, Hammond, discussion.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't we need the maker of the motion to either accept or not the second with the amended language?
Thank you. Yes. Does the maker of the motion accept the amendment?
No.
Okay. So do you retain the second?
No,
Mr.
I
Strong?
withdraw the second.
Is there a second to Mr. Gregory's original motion then?
I'll second that just for moving forward. Hammond.
Councilman Hammond seconds the motion, and John, you had some discussion.
Yeah, I want to get some language in there to also bring back the TOT. If it means a separate sales tax measure, definitely want to have that to discuss next time around.
So that would be my second motion, John.
Oh, you were going to go there already. Well,
separate these because it's very important we do that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I have some discussion on the motion. The explicit needs today are as you described, and they are the priorities described by the community, which are public safety and roads. I have no problem during the budget process of directing those funds in that direction. If we wind up with a sales tax issue that is that doesn't have a specific sunset date, over the course of years, we could find ourselves siloed into places where we couldn't spend money where it needed to be spent. I would be happy to support the sales tax override oversight function that we've had with the roads to make sure that the budget priorities reflect the needs of the community. For instance, 5 years from now, a community survey might say, we're happy with the roads now. We want you to spend it on the homeless. But I'm a little leery to bake that in ad infinitum.
Question from Hammond. Again, this type of measure would be a general sales tax, not a specific, correct?
That's what's been proposed.
Mr. Mayor, may I address that?
Yes.
So it's a little tricky in that with Mr. Gregory's wording that the funds would be spent on police, fire, and roads.
Right.
That gets awfully close to a specific sales tax measure that, number one, does not give the council the flexibility that, Mr. Mayor, you were talking about, future councils. And number two, does require a 2/3 plus one approval vote. However, there is a method of addressing those concerns, and that is the resolution calls for a general tax measure, but the council would also pass on the 21st a listing, just as Mr. Strong was talking about, that says it is our priority that the sales tax, if approved by the voters, goes to X, Y, and Z, and lists the percentage of the overall funds generated or the exact amounts, whatever else. Those are our priorities. That doesn't make it exclusive, but it means, hey, look, this is what our priorities are, and Sales Tax Oversight Committee, this is what we're telling you were our priorities, and make sure it gets spent on that. That's still a general sales tax measure, but the Oversight Committee takes its priorities from the council and makes sure that the money is spent on those purposes. Now, as the mayor was indicating, in 5 years from now, if there's something new that none of us could have anticipated, then that future council can also pass a resolution saying, okay, these were the priorities that we inherited. We're now adjusting them in this way because of community needs, because of what the community survey says, because what our residents are demanding. We're adjusting the priorities in this manner. And then that direction would also go to the Oversight Committee, and they would make sure that future expenses match that revised set of priorities.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes. Yes.
And that language should be in the companion resolution on the ballot concerning the Oversight Committee, not as part of the basic measure. The basic measure, however, could have, for instance, a 10-year sunset in it or a 5-year sunset as we decide.
So, Tom, what is the language? Supplemental.
I believe you asked me what is the language of the current supplemental sales tax?
Yes.
So in 2012, the voters actually approved two measures. One was a measure that called for a 1/2 cent sales tax that would have a oversight committee of citizens. It doesn't include staff, doesn't include politicians. It's a committee of citizens, and that would sunset in 12 years. So that tax, I believe the tax actually started being collected in 2013, and so it will end in shortly after the election in 2024, so early 2025. Then there was a second measure, which was an advisory measure, which basically said, and I don't remember the exact words, but it basically said, if the tax measure is approved, voters, do you want the council to spend that money primarily on roads? And that was the way to keep it a general measure, but also get the direction from the public, from the voters, as to how they wanted the money spent. And the process I just talked about a few minutes ago, where the council would pass an additional resolution. It doesn't go on the ballot, as Fred indicated, but it's an additional resolution, is a way of providing that same way of directing the funds and establishing council priorities so that the community can see them before they vote, and so that the oversight committee can ensure and monitor the expenditure of funds to ensure it matches that set of priorities.
So here's my question. Why can't we do the same thing this time?
You could also, oh, I'm sorry, Kimberly?
No, that was me. And I said, we can. All we have to do is pass two motions.
Yeah, you could do an advisory measure this time if you chose, based on the advice of our experts and our survey of measures in other cities. We're not recommending it. We're recommending the second resolution, but that's certainly within the council's purview, as Councilmember Strong indicates.
So I want to make the point that it has worked for us, and it's been working well with the oversight committee. And we spent all the money on the roads primarily for what we wanted to do for it. So why wouldn't we just repeat that process?
So the caller was absolutely correct. In 2018, we did the two measures again, like we did in 2012. Right. And the voters said, we don't want a sales tax, but we want you to spend that sales tax on roads. That's the problem with two measures, is you get this split vote and you get a kind of a schizophrenic reaction. So the best guidance we can give you is have just one measure.
Okay.
So the voters speak once, but they have all the facts they need to know that the money they will be used in the way that council's established community priorities. And that's why we have all these community engagement efforts we've done, the conversations we've done with the community. And the two chiefs and Mr. McKinley have been out speaking to community groups. We are trying everything we can to not only share our current situation, but get feedback back from the community as to how they want us to spend the funds.
Okay. So I withdraw my motion and have somebody else.
Okay, if I understand it correctly, you've withdrawn your motion, Steve?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else want to give it a try, or would you like me to do it?
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor?
so I'll give it a try.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Strong.
Yes, I would move that we direct staff to return to the council on July 21st, 2020, with an analysis and a recommendation for a 1 cent sales tax measure for the November 2020 ballot, with a recommendation that the existing oversight committee advise the council as to the appropriateness of how the general money should be spent.
Okay, so motion by Councilman Strong. I will second it for purpose of discussion. Do you intend to set up an advisory body separate from the city council to give budget direction?
Yes, that's why I indicated the existing committee would have a broader function than it currently has.
So
but it would still be a citizens committee, and if somebody wants, somebody can suggest either a 5 or a 10-year time limit on this.
So I hear what you're saying, and I'm still discussing here. The advisory committee we have in place right now, we've given actually additional authority over what we did when it was originally formed. When it was originally formed, all they did was review the expenditures and make sure that we were spending a like amount of money that was collected under the sales tax override on roads. After that, we asked them to be more of an advisory body, saying which roads should be paved first. Now, the advisory body you are positing, if I understand it, would be the same body, but then they would also be the ones to say where we should spend this money in different departments. So instead of saying which road should you fix first, from year to year they could say, now we want you to take this money and put it into recreation.
No.
Now we want you to take this money and put it into economic development.
That isn't.
Is that what you mean to say?
No.
Is that what you mean to say?
My intent is that they treat this as they originally were charged to treat the other.
Okay, I can agree with that. I think that the advisory body should be reviewing reports on expenditures to make sure that money that would be generated by the sales tax override is spent according to the priorities set by the community and the council.
Correct.
Thank you. So my second stays in place with that clarification, Mr. Gregory.
So I don't think that we should say, I think we need to have the ad hoc group, but I don't think we should say it's the same ad hoc group so other people in the community can participate.
I hear what you're saying, and I would be comfortable with the language an ad hoc group, and it may turn out being a larger body built around what we have already, or it may be something else, but definitely we need to assure citizen review of these expenditures.
I can accept that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, do we want to add the timeline?
And Fred, I would suggest that we leave that to discussion at the next meeting. I know what I favor, but there may be different issues we want to take into consideration when we take our final action. What's your feeling?
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Well, I want to ask the maker of the motion.
Yeah.
Right.
I would ask staff to make that recommendation or give us a couple of options when they bring it back.
So we'll have the option on either a horizon or an ongoing measure as part of the recommendations that come back. Okay, and Maria, I take it you're okay with that. Any
Yes.
further discussion, Mr. Gregory?
No, I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
I can support the motion as it is standing currently. I do want to make another motion afterwards, though, according to the TOT.
Sure. Mr. Strong, any further discussion on this?
No, sir.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Measure passes 5-0. Thank you. Mr. Hammond?
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and then have another motion to direct staff to return to council on July 22nd, or 21st, actually, with an analysis and recommendation for a 1% transient occupancy tax measure to be added to the November 2020 ballot.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, seconded by Councilman Gregory. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Garcia?
I'd actually like to go higher, but I'm okay with the 1%.
Okay, Mr. Strong?
No objection.
Very good. We have no further discussion. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Measure passes 5-0. This is a recommendation that the staff be bringing back to us. And again, I want to underscore the fact that even if we decide on the 21st to put this on the ballot, we are not setting the tax. This is something the community will have to evaluate and will have to vote on their behalf. So, okay, moving on. We have item number 13, which is the 2019 annual report on the implementation of the general plan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. This is Darcy Delgado. I'll be giving the staff presentation for the report. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Bear with me as I share my screen. I'm having a little bit of trouble with that. Hold on. Share. There we go. Share screen. All right. So as you may recall from years past, this is a requirement of the state to report on the status of implementing the city's general plan. The status report is first considered by the Planning Commission with recommendation to the City Council. And finally, a follow-up report will be provided to the state after council consideration. I'll note that a partial report was previously submitted to the state in April of this year, and that was pertaining to the city's housing production. So the 2019 annual report covers progress that was made towards the general plan during 2019. The recent activities that would have been made so far this year will be included in next year's annual report. And the general plan report is broken into two sections. So the first section is more or less a thumbnail analysis of where we are with the general plan elements and all of the different policies that it contains. The second part is a more detailed report on the status of the housing element. Also, our report does briefly mention the status of where we're at with implementation of the Uptown Town Center specific plan, and that's something that was directed by the council a few years ago. So as part of the process of reporting on the general plan, all of the city departments were involved in updating status action items pertaining to their department, as well as individual programs that affect them. The Planning Commission considered this report back in May and made a recommendation to the City Council to submit the final version to the state. In the general plan, there are 237 policy action items, and this does not include the housing element. Right now, we have 139 actions that are ongoing, and examples of these would be activities that were initiated a long time ago and are continuing, or just generally ongoing activities that occur during the course of everyday business with the community. 67 actions are complete. These might be a specific task that would have been completed. 20 actions are in process, and 11 actions are not yet scheduled. These might be things that have a budgetary limitation or just some other reason that they're not really on the front burner. So some highlighted activities from 2019 reporting year include the update to the circulation element, which was early 2019. The circulation element update's primary focus was to reassess the planned road improvements in the circulation network and to determine if certain improvements should be modified or eliminated. And then the noise element update followed, and that was approved around November of 2019. And the main feature of this update was to help better address complaints from noise sources that have increased in recent years. The key changes of the noise element update included revised noise standards for the community, new goals and policies, acknowledging noise associated with the short-term rentals, and new goals and policies specifically targeted at concert and other entertainment venues. Staff also initiated the update process to the housing element at the end of 2019. And the housing element was last updated in 2014, and it has a 5-year planning period, which is 2014 through 2019. And the update is due for completion in December of this year. In the housing element of the general plan, there are 27 action items, and right now there are 23 actions that are implemented on an ongoing or an as-needed basis. 3 actions are complete, and again, this might be a specific task. Interestingly enough, there's 1 action that has yet to be scheduled, and this particular action item is a program to amend the zoning code to establish minimum densities for multifamily zone properties. And so in working on the updated housing element, one consideration is to remove this program since properties have been developing at or above the allowed density, above being with density bonuses, that is. And therefore, it really just hasn't been a priority item. So it's possible that one would be recommended to be removed. And here's a snapshot of housing production that occurred in 2019. We had 179 units that received their certificate of occupancy. The majority of these were multifamily units and include 75 units that were part of Oak Park Phase 3 and 67 multifamily units at the Blue Oak Apartments. As for units under construction, although we show that there were only 26 units under construction, it should be noted that this report recognizes the year a permit is issued and under construction. So although there might have been other units under construction last year, the permits might have been issued in 2018 and then also reported in the 2018 annual report, or they might have been issued last year and then received their certificate of occupancy. So this number is a little bit misleading. I don't want it to seem like it's, you know, really that low of a number. So this table shows the regional housing needs allocation, which is also referred to as the RHNA numbers, and that covers the planning period of 2014 through 2019. Keep in mind that we do report on housing and try to hit the state requirements, but the city is not obligated to ensure that the number of dwelling units shown above is built within this time frame, since that's something that the private development community does help us with. And the city is only obligated to ensure that there's sufficient land appropriately zoned and served. And as you can see, the city did exceed the requirements for the moderate and the very low income categories. And in total, the city constructed 597 units for all income categories. To help move along the development of housing and meeting the RHNA numbers, the City Council had previously established the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee back in 2015. This committee made substantial progress in prior years to reducing barriers to housing development, including reducing one of the most significant development impact fees, and that was the transportation fees, and making a recommendation to City Council to reduce those fees as part of the city's comprehensive update to the circulation element, and that was adopted early last year. And although the committee didn't actually hold any meetings last year, their next main priority was to coordinate with staff on a comprehensive update to the city's to the general plan housing element, to take into account changes to housing sites and programs, which will help to accommodate the city's new share of the RHNA numbers to be met during the next planning period. And so far, the HCOC has met 4 times this year. And again, we'll report that for the next annual report. But I just wanted to note that last year they didn't actually meet, but we have made substantial progress so far this year. This is some progress on our 2 active specific plans. The Beechwood specific plan would provide for approximately 911 housing units over a 234-acre site. And this project is slated to go through Planning Commission and Council this summer. The Olson South Chandler Ranch specific plan was recently approved by the City Council, and this project will provide approximately 1,293 housing units over a 358-acre site. And this last slide is just a brief summary of our progress last year. So 95% of the general plan action items are either complete, ongoing, or in process. The housing element planning period for 2014 through 2019 is complete, and the city did an exceptional job at hitting the target RHNA numbers, especially for the very low income and moderate income categories. And overall housing development experienced an increase last year. The certificates of occupancies issued in 2019 nearly doubled from those in 2018. And then as of December 31st of 2019, as I said before, there were 26 residences under construction, a little bit misleading number, but also 288 residential permits either ready to pick up or in plan check. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Let's start off with council questions. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, Director, thank you for the report. We don't have any history of the previous 5 years, but if you could just tell me, are these numbers the best that we've had in a while? I mean, I know that we talked about these last year and we hit the RHNA numbers last year and this year. But what about the previous 5? This, we're looking at housing and development.
Right. So, so for you're talking about just the last 5 years being this cycle, the 2014 through 2019.
Correct.
Right. So in general, as far as development overall, it does ebb and flow each year with where we are with, in each category of where we are in the process of taking in permits and then issuing those and then having them constructed and then, certificates of occupancy. So those will change each year. So I wouldn't say that we can really measure it accurately just because that's just how development works. But I would say that just the numbers that we hit as far as our the RENA numbers, and especially for the very low category, to my knowledge, I think that Paso Robles is ahead of the curve on other cities in the area. So I do think it is a proud moment for us. We do have an increase for the next cycle. So I believe it's going to be, I wrote it down, 1,446 units will be our next target for our RENA numbers, and then that's broken down by each income category. So certainly the two specific plans that I had mentioned, those will help contribute towards each of those income categories. And then with the update to the housing element that we'll be completing later in the year, we will also identify other areas where we can provide the and zone for the land that can support, those different income categories and development.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gregory.
Darcy, really nice report. Thank you. I had a question about, so for the RENA numbers from 14 through 19, probably all 305 of the Oak Park phase 1 through 4 are included in that number.
Yes. So I think I had mentioned in the staff report that the, let's see, I think it was like 225 or so, of the units that were constructed for low and very low income represented phases 1, 2, and 3 of Oak Park housing. And so the fourth phase, they recently received their certificate of occupancy. So that will actually get reported in the next planning period. And again, they are the low and very low. So that will be a good head start for us as we move into the next planning cycle.
And then I have another question. It's kind of it's a little bit a creative question, but seeing the Grandview apartments be purchased and go into immediate rehab, those numbers will just stay where they're at as far as lower income housing available. But has that company offered, or are they interested in adding more units at that site, or do you know?
I'm not sure. I don't know if any other staff members on the line would want to answer that. I know we have, Darren and Mr. Fucci, so I'm not sure quite what the new owners, what their vision is for that property.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, this is Darren. The main focus right now is to rehab those existing units as quickly as possible to get folks back in there. But I think in the future, we're going to try and work with them to see if there's the ability to add additional density on that site. It seems like there could be, and we're hoping that we can work together to get additional units on that Grandview site.
Very good. And then the recent approval of the apartments program on Crescent for the 200 units. What is the percent?
That's correct.
Low, very low, and moderate? Is it mostly moderate on that project?
So the project is described as being market rate. So it's anticipated that they may have some, mostly, above moderate, possibly some moderate, because I think their vision was to have, break out the number of units, so, 30% one bedroom. I can't quite remember the percentage of the 2-bedroom and so on up to the 3-bedroom units, but that, although they might not be defined under low or very low, but maybe they can offer rents that will be possibly in the moderate to low. But I think that's something that we'll just have to see how the market works for that particular project.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Councilman Hammond.
Very good, Darcy, on the report. How is Beechwood coming along as far as specific plan?
Coming along. So that is slated to go through Planning Commission July 28th, I believe, and then it would move on to council. So when I said expecting it this summer, it's definitely coming.
Great. That's really what I wanted to see, is that we have those approved, and at least on the road to getting approved and getting those lots available. Essentially, I think the economy through the building industry would be so strong in the North County if we could just start building and pull us out of this slump. So, again, thank you for the help on that. Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Okay. As I think some of you know, I'm the president of the regional agency that allocates the local numbers for RENA. And as I recall my staff report, we exceeded 100% for our last RENA segment of 10 years in every category except above moderate. And that was exceptional. We were the only city in the entire county who met and exceeded the very low income area. So we can be very proud of ourselves in that. Now, this year was the first year of this next 10-year segment. So I believe we're actually ahead of the curve already, aren't we, in some of these areas?
Yes, I would agree with that. As I had mentioned, phase 4 of the Oak Park Public Housing will, all of that will go towards the low, very low category. So I think it's 75 units right there that we'll be able to automatically count for this next cycle. So I agree with that, as well as other units that are being constructed throughout the area. But with the projects that are coming and the recent project that was mentioned, the Red Tail Apartments, that was 200 units. I think, as I mentioned, it was described as being market rate, so we'll likely be in the above moderate. But hopefully, having units available at more affordable costs just by design. But yes, I do agree with that. We are far ahead of the game, I think, compared to other jurisdictions.
I think in those very low areas, we're probably almost about a third of the way through our 10-year allocation requirement.
And I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but I do think that we'll be in fine shape once we finish up the housing element later this year. So that is another thing that we'll be workshopping with Planning Commission and City Council later this summer, so that the council will have an opportunity to review the draft housing element before we send it off. So so stay tuned for that.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, let's open it up for public comment. I have one person online right now. Mr. Dale Guston, are you still with us, sir?
Yes, I'm getting tired of this council being a tax and spend council. You're wasting money. You don't budget it right. You don't spend it right. You got a venture on Park Street. It was a private enterprise. You put money in. You got the River Lodge, which is sitting there doing nothing. And then you want to give $1 million to a developer to redo Vine Street, and then you wasted $1 million on a failed parking system. I mean, it's how you spend your money is what the problem is, and I'm not going to be in favor of a tax. You don't get a tax thing passed when you're having hard times. Go for it, but I'm not going to vote for it, and I'm not going to support it.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't think that was a comment about this particular agenda item, but. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Councilwoman Garcia?
Nothing further, sir.
Councilman Gregory?
I'm ready to make a motion if you like.
Please do.
I move that we approve the 2019 general plan annual report. Sorry, my computer flipped on me here. And direct staff to submit to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Seconds.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're going back to the item that was withdrawn from the consent agenda now. This is the approval of agreements with the Paso Robles Main Street Association, Chamber of Commerce, Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, July 1st through December 31st. Staff report, please.
Certainly, it was just on the screen. It's coming back up. So Mayor and City Council, this item is to implement council's direction that was provided on June 16th at the budget hearing to fund the community organizations at their current level of funding for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, so July through December 2020, and then to reevaluate at mid-year based on city revenue status at that time. So the agreement summaries as recommended are on your screen. Downtown Main Street would receive approximately $47,500 for those 6 months for downtown promotions and events. The Wine Country Alliance agreement would be for $30,000 for those 6 months for marketing, training, and promotions related to the wine industry. And the Chamber of Commerce would receive up to $37,500 for visitor center operations. There is a description in your staff report of some potential options for council to consider. The visitor center has had to reduce its hours of operation due to COVID-19. And so we've looked at some options to try to account for that. The chamber does have some concerns with that. So one option would be for council to direct staff to continue to work with the Chamber of Commerce on those options and bring that back, or to consider the recommendation that's before you tonight to accept all 3 agreements.
Very good. Council questions of staff. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yes. Describe the chamber issue a little more, please.
Certainly, and I'll invite Mr. Fucci to jump in, as I believe he's been coordinating with the chamber directly. The recommendation in your staff report is to provide a monthly base stipend for the Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $2,750 a month, regardless of whether the visitor center is open at all and regardless of the hours that they're open for. And then in addition to that, they would receive an hourly rate for every hour that they're open, so that if they are open full-time, they would receive the $37,500. And if they're unable to be open, then there would be some savings to the taxpayers for that reduction, but that they would still receive the baseline monthly amount that they could plan on for baseline operations.
So the baseline.
I'm sorry, and their preference would be, my understanding is to not make that change and to continue to receive the full, I believe it's $62.50 a month is the calculation. Mr. Fucci, do you have anything to add?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So as Ms. Johnson-Rios indicated, the Downtown Main Street Wine Country Alliance contracts are essentially the same contracts we've had, just cut in half. So it's a 6-month term, but the monthly amounts are exactly the same. They have already signed the contracts. We have those signatures in hand. And if the council were to approve those tonight, we could sign and immediately implement. The chamber contract is the only one that has a significant difference from how it was implemented in the past. And that's primarily because of the difficulties in keeping the visitor center open during the pandemic. The chamber does not accept the staff recommendation. So as Ms. Johnson-Rios indicated, one very strong option would be for council to direct us to sit back down with the chamber and see if we could come up with a solution that both parties could agree to, and then we could bring that back to you. Part of the challenge for the chamber is that they believe that a significant portion of their expenses for the visitor center are fixed costs that they incur for rent, et cetera, whether the visitor center is open or not. Now, they're essentially fixed costs for them is their staffing. They have staff who are hired for a certain number of hours per week, and if whatever happens that they have to close the visitor center, they still have to pay that staff. So they are very strongly opposed to our recommendation for the approach going forward. I would also note that as part of the recommendation regarding the visitor center, we're asking the Chamber and Travel Paso to work together to develop electronic tools for visitor centers, so that's effective January 1st. In fact, there's no decrease in visitor services, but they shift from more of a focus on a geographic place, which can serve only those people who walk in, to an app and other electronic means, so that people in the community, no matter where they are at what time, they can avail themselves of the information that the visitor center provides.
So I understand that correctly. Right now, they're only open about 70% of the time, and they want to be paid the same.
I believe they're currently open 20 hours a week. The base contract last year was for 50 hours a week, although there was language about seasonal and holiday fluctuations.
And then they're not open on the weekends?
They're currently not open on the weekends.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I did have a conversation with Gina today, Chamber executive, and she said that report was not entirely accurate from her side. So I believe they are apparently open on weekdays. What I was going to recommend here maybe is to get an ad hoc to get this resolved and at least bring it back to council for further discussion.
Okay. So let's get everybody in on this. Fred, did you have any comments?
Yes, actually, I think this is something that, and when I made the original motion, it was to give them 6 months to get their act together and really be the same services they have been for us. And some of the things that I don't like, I thought we're in the question period right now, so I didn't want to ask that. But the only question I was asked is there anything in any of these contracts that requires them to have any specific personnel? If so, I'm hoping that we fund that personnel 100%. And if not, then fine, no problem.
My recollection is that there's nothing in the visitor center agreement specifically that outlines any specific.
I'm talking about all three. In any of them?
No, I believe in none of them is there a reference to a specific personnel in the current agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have nobody online, so I'm going to open and close the public comment on this, bring it back to the council. John, this was something that you pulled, so you want to make a motion?
Well, I mean, maybe just direction. I think we should get more information. If we had one of us working with staff and the chamber to come up with a solution, I think that's really where it needs to go. I mean, I want to see them produce tangible results with the money that, of course, the public has given them. But I think right now, didn't we have a liaison attached to the chamber of our council?
I was the liaison. I go to the board meetings, but no one's called me, so.
Right. Well, I don't want to push you forward, Steve, but I mean, something like that where you could sit down with them and bring it back to us, table this for the next meeting.
I'll be happy to do that. I'll be happy to do that. If the council would like to direct, and I'll sit down with staff and representatives from the chamber and we'll get this ironed out.
Yeah, that would be my motion at this point, or at least direction.
Very good. Any second?
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Garcia. Further discussion?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Steve.
So that's not the motion suggested. What about the other two? Downtown Main Street and Wine Country Alliance. Are we just going to separate this as a separate motion?
That's the way it stands right now. We can do another motion if you have other concerns.
Well, I just want to make sure that we go ahead and fund Main Street and Wine Country Alliance.
Right. I sense at least one more motion coming. So,
okay, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, this is Tom.
Yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
But Gina Fitzpatrick is now on the line. If you would, I know public comment has already been closed, but if you would like to talk to her, she is on the line at this point.
Sure.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Am I on?
You are.
Hi. I'm not sure what was happening with the phone system there. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. So thank you in advance for consideration of this matter. I was calling in this evening to answer any questions that you have and then to provide clarification regarding several of the items that were mentioned in the staff report and that you've discussed just here recently. The first item being our open office hours. So, absolutely correct that during the shelter-in-place order, the visitor center, although we remained open 3 to 5 days a week, they were partial hours. However, phones were answered and email messages were responded to on a daily basis. I'd also like to make mention that we are and have been open Saturdays and Sundays. So again, this is not the case when hotels were working with limited capacity restrictions and the wineries were not able to open, which made it obvious that visitors were not in town, but we have since fully reopened the chamber and visitor center. So the 2019-20 agreement that we had the contract in place between the city and the chamber was based on an average of 50 operating hours per week. And I just want to make mention that with a proposed 6-month contract, we have agreed to increase the hours to 55 hours a week based on seasonal traffic. So we believe our overall activities through the county and the state and the strong focus that we place on community development and tourism services through the visitor center warrants full monthly payments. We don't take our job lightly, and we believe the return on investment for the city is impressive. Conditional funding based on open hours is not a good idea. The Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors respectfully requests that you reconsider this recommendation, which it sounds like you are looking at having further conversation about this. The visitor center is critical in a community like ours. As we all know, we serve over 35,000 people annually, and that's without wayfinding signage and people able to find us. We do, to Tom's point, have an app in the works. We also already have a lot of electronic opportunities for people to be able to find this information through our websites, etc. So, as my friend Chuck Davison from Visit SoCal often says, tourism is economic development, and one doesn't work without the other. The Chamber and the Visitor Center, working alongside our partners, invest in marketing our destination, and due to the personal interaction that we offer that so many seek, we are successful in encouraging return visits as a result. So this does increase the TOT and the sales tax receipts for you, our city. The bottom line is we are your plan for economic recovery, and we really appreciate your consideration to reinstate our payments of $62.50 per month for a total approved contract amount of $37.5.
Very good.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor Hammond, I would say not just you. If you want to have an extra, I'd be happy to serve with you on this as well.
I'm fine with that. Is the maker of the motion good with that? You're the maker of the motion, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it back
Second?
up. I didn't want to shove you into another meeting.
Well, I'll drag you along with me. How's that?
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now we have two other organizations to deal with. Who would like to start?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we
Go ahead.
that we approve both downtown Main Street's budget of $47,500 and Wine Country Alliance for $30,000.
Second. That's strong.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And we come to the most exciting part of the evening, council business and committee reports. Mr. Gregory.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know I had a very nice, quiet 4th of July. I have to say the town did not get inundated with visitors, which was nice. And I think it was a safe and sane holiday. And just appreciate what we have. And I hope that we're able to keep the county open so we can keep going. That's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
I went to APCD, which basically we are all hearing a little bit more about the dunes situation because of this has been a very windy season, which obviously generates the PM10. Still moving forward with the state groups that are deciding this matter. Really, APCD is just enforcing the rule that we made. So nothing really further. You'll probably hear more about it later. The other item I went to yesterday actually was the integrated waste management, which I think I alerted you guys about what's kind of happening with that agency. And yesterday was a workshop, basically, and it was very interesting, essentially, that the group is trying to redo its mission statement. And, you know, when we started this thing 26 years ago, you know, it was more of a JPA that all the cities and county would come together to comply with state requirements, and not so much as a legislative body, but that's where it's becoming. And it's mostly evolving from the more liberal side of the grade, where you've seen where they've pushed North County into complying because we did not pass particular legislation that they wanted to see. Even though their city had already done it, they used the JPA to make us comply. So that's been the rub. County's on the fence, and I would like to bring further discussion to our board about it. So I've directed Mr. McKinley to get information so that we can, you know, basically decide, you know, what we want to do. The option, of course, is for us to leave IWMA, do it ourselves. And the idea here is, you know, how much is that going to cost, and do we want to go that way? So this is something, again, that's coming to a head. Mostly it's Atascadero, us, and the county that are really doing a pushback a little bit on this whole situation. So we'll keep you posted, but I've asked staff to basically bring back an item for us to get into, and we can get more fully versed on what's happening. The other thing I was going to mention, I would really, you know, this next meeting, maybe we ought to try and come back to council chambers. Councilman Gregory, your phone, I could hardly hear you most of the time. And Councilman, myself and Councilman Strong are here, and it's certainly the way we have it set up in this room is much more easier to do business, in my opinion. So we might want to consider, you know, doing this next meeting, coming back. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A number of concerns I have should be mentioned up front before my report on activities. The precautions for the COVID-19 pandemic have gone over the top in too many ways, in my opinion. I urge and support all of the reasonable suggestions for individual behavior. That includes reasonable distancing, especially regarding long-term contact, masks, and sanitized surfaces, including our hands during and following contact with strangers or slight acquaintances. My concern is the number of buildings and spaces we are restricting or have closed to prevent any contact at all. The isolation resulting from too much regulation can be, and in many cases is, more dangerous than the threat of acquiring the virus. Senior citizens, especially those living alone, and children are the two groups most negatively affected for different reasons. In both cases, social and experience contacts are extremely important to mental health and normal life needs. Children need a personal learning, social, and exercise experiences
with and from qualified people. Seniors need contact with people they can identify with to maintain a sense of purpose. Since the isolation has begun, the suicide rate among senior citizens has risen dramatically. This is a situation that should never be caused by government actions, especially if purported to be for health and safety protection. However, there are some spaces that should be totally restricted from all non-essential human use, such as a sensitive area like our entire river area from bank to bank, including the floodplain. I would urge us to take action on this and the previous things mentioned regarding protectable spaces for our citizens, very young and very old, to gather safely. I would like those matters to be agendized in the very near future, if at all possible. As far as activities go, I've been very busy attending and chairing many meetings that are making decisions essential to our future. On the national scene, I'm supporting increased safety measures involving transportation, as well as appropriate funding for dilapidated or disintegrating infrastructure. Last week, I signed 2 letters as the president of SLOCOG, urging the state to provide specific funding to complete our Highway 46 East divided 4-lane highway project to the Kern County line. More funding for congested corridors and money to assist in planning the projects necessary to meet our arena numbers over the next 10 years. I have secured a few $1,000s for our city as well as a few $100,000 for the region to assist our local efforts. Yesterday, I chaired the approval and signed the enabling documents for the expenditure of approximately $16.9 million to build a new corporation yard and headquarters for our regional transit authority, which will provide dozens of good jobs for the next 2 years in our county and will provide the agency with adequate facilities for the next 50 years. That work should start within the next 2 weeks. Today, like Maria, I attended the library board's meeting where I mentioned some of these same things and saw them re-elect a very strong and efficient chairman for the coming year and begin plans regarding what we are calling the new normal. Tomorrow and next week, I'll be involved with more meetings addressing many of these same things. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I also have a couple concerns. I think I talked about this before, about how many public restrooms in our city are actually open and available for homeless. I would like to have a number if I could. It doesn't have to be right now, but I just want to know how many public restrooms we have available throughout our city. So that's my big concern. And then also with the downtown dining and with more people doing the outside dining, do we have facilities for people to wash their hands besides just the restrooms that are there at the park? It's another concern. If we're going to be encouraging more outside dining, do we have outside places for people to wash their hands? Meetings I attended today, I attended the library meeting. They reported on their grab and go service is very successful. They talked to us about how many people they're allowing in the library at one time. They talked about the steps that they're taking to be cautious. They also talked about having morning early hours between 9 and 10 for seniors to be able to go in. They are allowing 40 people at a time in the library. They did remove all the seating so that people don't feel like they can stay in there. They're just supposed to go in, grab things and go. Items that they've been putting on hold. I believe they reported 409 holds. So people are putting items on hold and then going in, grabbing and go, which is what Mr. Strong was talking about. People are still needing these kind of activities and checking out books, movies, internet services, and things like that. So I'm very glad that the library is still going strong, even though their volunteerism is very low. us having, as a city, still having their staff available has really helped. I know that the Parks and Rec staff has been helping with the grab and go service at the library. And that's one of the things when I get emails about cutting back on staff for the city, I always tell them that a lot of the staff, city staff, wears multiple hats. And we need everybody to be able to provide all the services. So I'm glad that I got the full report from them so I can pass it on to the residents. Another meeting I had today was the Hispanic Business Association had their virtual mixer. They had a speaker that talked about sanitizing correctly and concerns that they had for businesses and for people that are staying at home. How can they sanitize or clean their homes and be safe? So that was a very good meeting today. I think that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So my activities have included a lot of Zoom meetings as usual. I had a meeting with Jeff and Wendy from ECHO and Atascadero talking about progress on a couple of projects they've been working on. Several meetings with the county public health people and the other mayors online. We have a weekly meeting of the electeds to get an update on the COVID-19 situation in the county. Also had a Zoom meeting with the California Mayors Coalition. I've met in Zoom meetings with the cultural development group associated with the school district here. I have a group of people working on cultural development and diversity in the community. And likewise, I'm starting to form the panel for the mayor's diversity panel that we've talked about for the last couple of weeks. I have a list of about 30 people who have expressed interest in participating in that, and I'm keeping them up to date on the progress of that. Somewhere down the line, I would like to have these two groups meet and merge, because I think it's the sort of thing that's going to gain strength by combining rather than running two parallel courses. Participated this week in a video shoot for a PSA on wearing masks to protect against COVID. Heather Stevenson, her husband, and her son did that work and did some filming down in the city park, so I was happy to participate in that. I was on Sound Off on KPRL. I did 2 interviews with KSBY TV, one about the fires in the riverbed and the other about the tax issue we discussed tonight. Today I was down in the riverbed with representatives from the water board and city staff, checking out the damage from the recent fires and also pointing out the impacts of not addressing the safety hazards down there was having on the community and on the environment. One of the things I'd like to have staff follow up on, if possible, is when we had our press conference regarding the fire in the riverbed, 5th District Supervisor Debbie Arnold mentioned that she served on a board that actually had funds that could be used for this type of project. And if that is in fact the case, we could certainly make use of those funds. And last but not least, I wanted to share something with the council. I obviously talk on the phone and on Zoom with a lot of people. And a couple of times over the last week, unsolicited, I've had people say, you know, we've listened to your council meetings online. We've watched it, the Zoom, the YouTube channel, and we're just very impressed with the council. That the council is very responsible, very thoughtful, and works together as a team so well. So I wanted to pass that compliment on to you. I know sometimes it feels like you don't hear good stuff, and when something comes along, I want to make sure that everybody does hear that. So that's all I have. Mr. Frucci, do you have anything further from staff we need to worry about?
No, sir.
Okay, so upcoming events include Senior Citizen Advisory Commission meeting on Monday, July 13th, 1:30 p.m. Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting Monday, July 13th, 4 p.m. Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, July 14th, 6:30 p.m. Our next regular City Council meeting will be Tuesday, July the 21st at 6:30 p.m. The deadline for submitting items for that meeting will be, the deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, August 4th is Wednesday, July the 22nd. And with that, if there's no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Gregory, second from Councilman Strong. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you so much for all your hard work. We'll talk to you soon.